sensor, all powered by this little guy here, an Arduino Nano. I've soldered all the connections here on this proto board, resistors here for the LED strip to control the current, and all these guys are just joined together for common ground connections and common voltage connections. So we can put it all together. All of these parts were 3D printed and designed by me, but generally it's actually a very simple thing. They're just spheres, some of them with holes. Let's put it all back together. Ta-da! I built this Demon Core model, but how did I program it to light like this and to activate when the lid bangs accidentally from it or if I scream too loudly? Let me give you a quick guide. Ultimately, I have 4 inputs or 4 points to control. I have the sound sensor, which is an analog input. I have the buzzer, which makes the Geiger counter sound effect. And I have the LED strip in pin 4. I have to define a couple of parameters and had to mess around a little bit with the sensor calibration. But ultimately, the code is quite straightforward. If the sensor value reaches above 100, a few things are going to happen. I've set all the buzzer tones to be at 300, just something that I noticed that was quite consistent with the classical Geiger counter. The LED strip lights in blue, and during that time, the buzzer will release a sound with a randomized range value of seconds. It's quite short, because that's kind of the sound effect of a classical Geiger counter. Then the LED will flash dark, as in it's not going to be lit up. And again, randomized duration of the buzzer. The LED will then light in yellow, random duration of the buzzer, over a range of limits that I tested that sounded very good, and finally back into black again, i.e. no color. Are there better ways of coding this? Probably. But I was really happy that I was able to do this myself. Of course, ultimately, else statement, if the sensor value is not above 100, it just remains dark. I wish you the best of luck in your own projects. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. That's a bit less wonky. Background music. A little bit of Skyrim. And up chat so I can see everyone. And hopefully that's okay now. Bit wonky there for a second. We're here now. Let me load up chat so I can see. Excuse me, I burped. Lind, thank you so much for the resub.
No, thank you. We don't want any more visitors, well-wishers, or distant relations.
And what about very old friends? Very old friends indeed, Lind. Very old friends. Thank you so much for the tier 2 resub. 26 months, let's go. Hi, the Dollar Man. Welcome in, Lord Vader, Max Wattage, Seribot, Sir Conrad. Good morning. Good morning to you. It is very rare I get to tell my community good feckin' morning. I hope you guys slept well and are ready to have a productive day. And by productive, I mean be absolute bums. We're going to be bums today. Good morning, Tova. Hi, Steve. How are you? Thank you again so much, Lint. Really appreciate the double PP points there. That's my Medjay. That's my artist, Medjay. Okay, well, close enough. Medjay is the artist. He'll be here in a little while. He's always here. He does all my artwork, my moats, my panels, everything. If you see artwork on the stream, it's Medjay. Hi, Harry. How are you doing? Hope you're keeping well. Hi, Vest Banana. Happy freaking Saturday. It's Saturday. Medjay the goat, yes. My Medjay. Oof. We're starting off the day rough, Banana. We're starting the day off with the IQ of a banana. That's tough. Oh, Jesus Christ, lads. Must be hard with the hooves. Do goats have hooves? They have that weird crescent shape, which is slightly not hoovish. I wonder if they are, if we're being pedantic by definitions. Oh, let me grab some scissors and carefully not stab myself. It's differently shaped. Yeah, no, because I remember someone being pedantic about the definition of what a hoof is before. You know, it was one of those moments in a social interaction where they were like, actually. So the only thing I know that actually has a hoof is a horse. Anything after that, I'm worried about being wrong. How are you doing, Adam? I hope you're keeping well. Yeah, you do have to trim their hooves, that's right. It's kind of like nails, you just have to cut them occasionally. In the wild, if there were wildebeests, you would, what do you need to do? They would just over time chop off or trim their hooves because of concrete and ground and different surfaces over time. But, you know, if they're stables or in nice, lovely green paddocks, they're probably going to need a bit of trimming. Same with Bambi. Like, if she were a wild rabbit, I wouldn't need to trim her nails. But that bitch, sorry, I'm coming off really mean. People think I'm abusing my rabbit. She's such a spoiled rotten thing. She doesn't like dirt. She wants to dig up the carpet and eat everything in the house. And then I'm like, yes, great. It is time to bond with where you came from. Touch grass. Be one with nature. And you put her outside and she freaks out and she doesn't like the dirt on her paws. And she just sits there for a whole hour cleaning herself. Flicking me the whole time. Addicted to Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I hear it's very, very good. I have been tempted, maybe on some occasion, but I have so many games to play. Oh, the cow manicure videos. I know what you're talking about, Lord Vader. They're really, really cool. They're really cute. Like those two. When you pamper a cow. Well, let's look it up now. I got to know now. Do goats have hooves? Do goats have hooves? Yes, goats have hooves. Specifically, they're called cloven hooves. Ah, yeah, because it's that weird shape. Yeah, yeah. Let's look at this one. Ah, okay. So the one I got confused with was camel. Camels actually don't have hooves. People often say they do. And they're also called pseudo hooves. But yeah, elephants, they have toes. They don't have hooves. Hippopotamuses, rhino, hyraxes. Kind of cool. Hi, Tetsu. How are you today? Bambi while outside. What the... exactly. That's exactly her face, basically. Touching that wet, wet grass. Mm-mm. Hell no. I'll try and put her out again this summer. She wasn't very happy with it. Camels have toes for sure. Okay, to be fair, I walked right into that one. Harry, 115 stream streak. Let's go. Hi, matey. How are you? Morning tofu. Early start today. Bit of a... Yeah, so I haven't done a long stream in a long time. And I have the day to do stuff. So I thought, you know what? We might as well have a bit of fun, a bit of crack. And do as much as we can today. Like, just stream whatever I want. So I have a few projects in mind. Maybe some teaching. Tomorrow's Women's Day, so I might do a... Yeah, I know what I'm going to do for tomorrow. I'm going to teach tomorrow. But yeah, we have ideas. Kazanex, hi. Best movie slash TV series about physics. I haven't seen anything specifically about physics. The closest thing about physics I've seen has been the three-body problem. But I don't know if that's really it. I enjoyed The Expanse, the first 3 seasons anyway. After that, I lost interest. I'm watching Foundation at the moment. I wouldn't say the physics is great in it, but it doesn't need to be. Interstellar is awesome. I really enjoyed Interstellar. I've noticed that I always visit your streams before exams. Am I a good luck charm, Lord Vader? Hi, Dan. How are you doing? Hi, Cassie. Listen, Salty, 10 stream streak is impressive. Share it away, please. We'll gladly take all the streakers in our community. Streakers are welcome here, no matter how big or small. Yeah, Nolan has a few. Technically, Oppenheimer, Interstellar, and the one that people aren't too sure about is Tenet. But that's classical thermodynamics in there. Yeah. I saw it in... Yeah, I saw Interstellar in cinema as well. I really enjoyed it. I went to see it with a friend. I still remember that day very well. I think I was still doing my bachelor's degrees when I was watching Interstellar, and definitely made me reflect to think, this is cool. Maybe I should do applied physics for my master's. Is this solid state physics this time? No. So if I'm doing physics today, I was thinking about doing projectile motion. I was going to do mechanics. That or maybe thermodynamics. I have some stuff on thermodynamics as well. Because I kind of did a little bit about solid state a little while ago. Actually, you know what? It's weird. I've been streaming for like a year or two now. So specifically teaching physics. Actually, it's been 2 years now. It's okay to redo things. I hope I get it right. Raichur Wiki, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid, Raiders. Hello.
Red alert. All hands stand to battle stations. Laying an intercept course to the Romulan ship.
Shields up. Load all torpedo bays. Stand by phasers.
Warp factor 8. Engage.
Welcome, welcome. I hope I got it right. Hi, Yuli. Hi, Herder. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. They were playing Just Chatting. Well, if you're still around and you don't need to raid and dash, please do tell us what you were streaming. What you were just chatting about. Oh my god, lads, there's no way you just came in with the first... That's embarrassing, chat. You guys should be embarrassed. We had movie night yesterday, which was fun. We watched, what was it called again? Edge of Tomorrow. It was interesting. It wasn't a bad film. Hey Tofa, glad to see you again. How do you like Foundation so far? It's okay. I read the book Foundation, so I'm kind of confused. This is not, like, every scene I keep seeing, I'm like, this is not in the book. This is not in the book. What the fuck? So clearly they just took the idea of Foundation and the writers and the director just went with it. They're not loyal to Asimov's book, it seems. Which is fine. I'm not a hater of that kind of idea. So we'll see how it goes. So I'm 2 episodes in now. They're beautiful in terms of cinematic, I would say. Very beautifully cinematically done. Hi, Pilla Pala, welcome in. That's our secret, Topher. We're constantly embarrassed. The Pimpage, hello, hello. I hope I said hello to everyone coming in there. Yeah, it's not very book accurate, exactly. It seems like it's not very book accurate, but you know what? It is what it is. It's fine. I'm not, how should I say it? I'm not of that olive tree branch. That's a wrong figure of speech there again. But I'm not of that branch that you have to make. movies the same as the books. Books and movies are different medias, and there's a reason why you need to change things around. And I completely get that. Now, it can still be done poorly, though. It can still be done poorly. You can still judge a movie for being poorly done. That's one way of looking at it, Max, yeah. Hi, Snow. How are you doing? Meanwhile, supplies have shit soldering? What do you mean? Sorry, sick. What do you mean about shit soldering? I'm gonna solder a few things today. I got some projects to do, so I need to test one soldering thing. What's up, nerds? Hi, Queen. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, everyone. All right. I mean, I could still just kind of chat for a while if that's okay. And I'm going to do my first PCB project. So I got a delivery. This is kind of spoilers because this is for, you know, something I need to do. But I need to test it. So this is my first ever PCB design. I did it all by myself. I invented it and everything. It's very simple. It's the first very simple project. Here we go. So what you see here are little nodes for LEDs, and this is the slot for resistors. There should be 2 little nodes here, and I'm going to bake my own little handheld mini voltmeter. That's the plan. Anyways, I have a few of these in case anything goes wrong, so we're going to test it if it works. It was a long time ago when I did the prototype, so I might build the prototype first again. I just finished my new PCB design. Nice! Yeah, this is my first one, so I'm going to see how it works. Meanwhile, power supplies have terrible... Oh! I thought you meant... No worries. I didn't realize. I'm not too familiar with that. I just have a very simple soldering kit over there. Very, very simple. How far did you get with the tricorder? So... Where are we with the tricorder? We have 2 of the tries done, which was the thermometer sensor and the PIR sensor. So we had 2 things. They were operating on both separate LEDs. Everything was working, and then I needed to solder put them together. And it turns out that the serial read on these 2 OLEDs are the same, and so it's getting confused. So what I need to do is I need to desolder something here inside, unfortunately. So that's the next part of the project. Maybe we'll do that today. So we have the PIR sensor, we have the infrared sensor, and the 2 OLED screens separately are working. And to power them all by one Arduino, that's the next step. Get them separately working. So we have 2 out of the tricorder done. Are you going to make a radio someday? I was very tempted. That was one of the first projects I wanted to start doing. And then chat kind of scared me because of the illegality of it transmitting. And I'm like, oh, that's fine. I'm only planning on building a receiver. But, you know, people kind of scared me saying that you could accidentally build it to, send signals and you could get arrested. So it might be a stretch and exaggeration that would happen, but I kind of got deterred from it. Instead, I would rather go back to, not Thevenin. What's that instrument called again? The electromagnetic one? Starts with T, H. Two radios like this. 2 radio angles. Theremin, thank you very much, Theremin. So, that's the project that I'd rather go back to again. Got a message. There's a second one, garage. I presume you don't need it next weekend. Oh, I'm getting a desk. Is it going to be illegal for you to build a transmitter for the radius of your home? It's the idea that I could possibly send a signal and I could damage a signal range. Or like interrupt someone else's signal. Could be emergency service and so on and so forth. Oh, I want to show a cool contraption I have borrowed for today. It really looks cool. I only borrowed this. Here we go. Ta-da! Looks kind of cool. So this is a little soldering station. It kind of looks like a little head and two arms waving. Woohoo! So it's just a little, like a rigid holding thing for soldering with a magnifying glass on top as well. So it looks great. Tofu the signal disruptor. Exactly, that's why I'm kind of scared. Glad to hear that, Chris. Exactly, helping hands for soldering. So we might try it out today. Let's clean up our desk here a little bit to make some space, and we can do a bit of just chatting while I solder my first PCB and test it. Actually, before I solder it, I said I was going to try and build the prototype. Reason why is I want to remember what value resistors I used. I think I used 10k. We'll just do some quick mental maths. $5k if I'm putting through 12 volts. I'll do some maths real quick. Maximum 12 volts, we'll say I'll be supplying. 1,000. Oh yeah, no, we're fine. That current builds up. No, it's divided further, so it should be okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. I'm just always worried about blowing up the LEDs. Yeah, I thought you had a little Pixar character. Blow my mind with one physics fact. Oh, Jesus. And you really need to learn a physics fact to prepare. I was so socially awkward. Well, okay. We're all a bit weird and odd in our ways. And one of the things that I do is I practice conversations before I have them sometimes, especially with a planned meeting. So one of the things I did when I went to TwitchCon last year was I would introduce myself to some strangers. I say, oh, I teach physics on Twitch. I'm a new Twitch ambassador. And people were like, oh, that's cool. Give me a physics fact. And I was like, okay, I need to prepare a fun physics fact while I'm in the Netherlands. And so I said, well, the Netherlands is, the region that we're in, was quite slightly below sea level. And so because of that, the, what did I say about it? That the air pressure, due to the air pressure being ever so slightly higher where we are, and with our altitude, we actually have a higher tolerance for alcohol than probably wherever you're from, or where you're, reside more than likely. Now, that percentage was absolutely minuscule in difference, but I did learn that little thing to prepare and say that while you're out on TwitchCon, make sure to drink more. You have a higher tolerance for alcohol. Higher tolerance was probably something like 0.0001%, but it adds up. It adds up. Hi Zier, Stokesy, welcome in. Reaper, I hope you guys are having a fantastic Saturday. Welcome in. Yes, 3 more drops, exactly. I still need that edge. Yeah, so in preparation for TwitchCon Netherlands, I prepared that kind of fact for people, that they could have a higher tolerance for alcohol. Like a whole 3 drops. Not even. I don't think even the 3 drops is enough. Let me get my stuff. So I want some LEDs and some 10k ohm resistors, breadboard, and a power supply. That's everything we need. We're not going to solder yet. We'll build the prototype first. Okay, board. What else do I need? Oh, wires. My wires. My wires. That's why it looks comfy. Thank you. It is a bit chilly. I had the heating on all morning, but, you know, conservation of energy. Oh, honestly, reading the news every day and then me saying something like, oh, I need to turn off. Oh, I need to turn off the heater a little bit earlier just to, you know, save the environment, save on energy costs. It feels so empty right now. Shade of this. Oh. Okay, let's move this guy away. Let's move this guy away. We're going to build our first PCB, but just in case, we are going to build the prototype to make sure it works. So I'm going to bring you down, chat. You alarmed? I'm going to drop you. Relax, guys. Got you, guys. I've got you. That's my mouse. I'm just trying to see that you guys can see everything. So this is the power supply. We'll move the keyboard a bit more here. Da-da, da-da. I might actually move my demon core. Take my little mat here. It's not really for, you know, do I need to use this mat? Not really, in my opinion, but it's kind of nice to just have that color discrepancy. Visually, it's a little bit better for you guys to see what I'm doing on this green mat versus Medjay's wonderful artwork. Because, let's be honest, Medjay's artwork is very distracting. He's too good at it. Ugh, there you go. Oh no, I lost my YouTube chat. Whoops. There you go. Back up. Alright. So what I'm doing is I'm kind of doing a ladder network. And the ladder network construction is quite straightforward. I have an LED. Show it to you now here. Maybe you'll see it here. I have a face it the right way. An LED resistor, and they're all in a ladder network. Now, we saw ladder networks before on stream, and I've done a few YouTubes on it. I have a whole YouTube video actually on it. That might be a thing to set up a command for. League of Legends, keyboard spotted. I used to play loads of League of Legends. I loved it. Played a bit over Christmas as well with Nas. It was good fun, but yeah, I'm never going back to it again, for sure. To be very competitive. But I wasn't happy with myself either. I was not in a good mental state during that time. I cannot tell you enough how much my mental health changed. Doing two things. Stopping two things. Stopping my PhD. To be fair, I finished it. But stopping a PhD and stopping playing League of Legends. Those two things fixed my sleeping schedule, partially my insomnia. I have better control of it. And, you know, obviously all the issues that I was going through in life. I can now handle life and deal with life so much better than I ever before. Surely never. Okay, so I have these 10k ohm resistors. It might be much. So my design originally, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, was 6 LEDs. Actually, chat, do you guys know if you can have multicolored LEDs? Like, I've only ever seen red, green, you know, these colors. But are there like purple, orange? Surely they are, right? It'd be cool to order them. I mean, honestly, Cassie, that's how caffeine addiction works, right? If you want to start feeling coffee again because you're too addicted to it, you quit coffee for a bit, go through withdrawals, and then when you have coffee again, it's a great kick. There's an yeah, I know of those ones, Paz. You're right. I've heard of those. But are there like single LEDs like this and then orange in color, let's say, or pink in color? Do you know what I mean? Like exactly the same like this, but just in a different color. Do such things exist? Yes. Okay. Cool. Maybe that's something I need to order then. Why do I need to order it? Because, yeah. Not every color, but yes. Let me see. I'm going to check really quickly. A link. Multicolored LEDs. There's orange. Yeah, no, it's giving me the RGB stuff. That's not what I want. Give me... Bastard. Okay, I need to look up a proper word. We need vanadium redox battery build. So I do have a CNC. My ambitious goal is now, if I get a good student, that they will build me a battery, and I have the CNC milling machine to do so. What are you making right now? I'm making a little homemade voltmeter. I'm just going to test a prototype that I designed a long time ago. And then because this is the PCB I designed based on the prototype. I'm just going to build it one more time to make sure I have the right resistors. And then I'm going to solder this PCB. It's my first PCB design I've ever done. I'm looking forward to it. We're going to explode everything. Mwahahaha. Mwahahaha. So... how is the better way to design this? All the resistors need to go to ground. Am I right in thinking that? All resistors go to ground. I think I'm correct on that notion. So, I know some of you might not notice, or maybe some of you are noticed. In preparation for the wedding, I decided to get my nails professionally done. I've never gotten my nails professionally done, really. And it's very hard to do things. How does anyone do this? I need to build the electronics. You would think long nails are an advantage, but it's not working as well as I would hope. It's a disaster. So bear in mind, I might be a bit slower building the electronics. Seeing a capacitor explode is so satisfying. Yeah, I really like doing it. It's a really nice demo for the kids, but also it teaches bad habits. Let's not teach kids how to explode things. Hehehe. Oh, come on. There we go. Oh yeah, that could be a cool thing, Zier. I could get multicolored LEDs and then we can measure their voltage and tell which LED it is because of the covering of the lens, you know? Maybe that's something I could build. 3D print, a lens covering. Look at her talking about all these projects she could do when she has 20 projects sitting pretty. Project procrastination at its finest. Okay, so we have 2 of those LEDs. Then I think it was 2 yellows I used. Then that's in series. The long leg. Jesus, some of these short long legs are barely noticeable. Aw, no one, thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Oh, mine! Max Wattage, thank you so much for 6 months. Let's go. Oh my days. Thank you so much for the tier 1. I really appreciate it. It really helps with the PP points. So thank you so much for contributing to my enlarging PP. If anyone wants to take it out of context or needs an exclamation mark, PP will give you an explanation. There we go. No, not that PP, Cassie. That's not how we spell PP around here. No, it really means a lot to me. Thank you. Because of this weird stream that I'm doing today, a really, really long stream. Oh, should we take bets? Should we gamble later today? What do you think, lads? How long am I going to stream for today will be the bet. Yeah, will we wait maybe until 12 o'clock? Another hour? Because that's usually when I start. And we'll take bets in the community of how long I'm going to stream today. So gamba this evening. I'm going to say 72 hours. That's ambitious considering I have to be at work. That's a stretch, Cassie. Oh, fuck, I need to do that. Yeah, I forgot about work. Damn it. Mid-semester is just so hectic. I feel like... so the problem with mid-semester is that you've accumulated a whole bunch of assignments by now. So you need to catch up on it and stay on top of it. But mid-semester is also when all the exams are due. So you have to write all the exam papers and everything as well. So it's really stressful. Now, I tried to stay ahead of it, and I've written 2 out of my 3 exam papers already, which is great. But now I need to write the last 3. The last third one, sorry. And it's always hard to write an exam paper when you haven't revised what it is you teach. It's been a year since I touched the stuff that I did. I know I always figure it out quickly, but still, it's just annoying. Like, how am I meant to write an exam paper? I don't even know how much I'm going to cover with my students yet. Hi, It All Costs Money. Welcome in, welcome in. Oh, the 7-segment display. I teach that to students. Did I? I don't think I've ever done a video on it, Shahab, actually. It's in my electronic devices module. I might do a YouTube video over the summer. Sorry, it's no help of you right now. I might do that over the summer. No mention of exams yet, please. There's only 3 this semester, but still. Okay, we won't mention exams. No more mentioning of exams. Why does Twitch stream teach stuff way better? You think I'm teaching? I feel like I'm ranting. I haven't taught anything. But I suppose you can ask a question very comfortably here. Does that make sense? In a lecture, you can't ask your lecturer a question. Well, you can. But you know, I know my students are very intimidated asking me a question. And I get that it can be intimidating. I think that I practice in my own practice is that I always try to finish class at least 5 minutes earlier than usual. And it gives room for, do you know, the awkward students or just like the normal human being who hates to speak in front of the 100 students in their class. It just gives an opportunity for them to come down and ask a question personally. Because it is intimidating. It's the fear of sounding stupid. It absolutely is. It really is. And I was one of those victims. And I can relate to that idea. So it sucks. And I want to tell you how much it doesn't matter. But no matter how much advice I give, we're all going to still be victims of not social constructs. What's the word I'm looking for? So I know, sorry, I got distracted. I know about 20 milliamps will blow the sky. So in the power supply, I'm going to set the current limit. Sorry, I'm trying to set the current limit here. Quite a sensitive knob. Okay, so I've set the current limit to be 19 milliamps. I wasn't like exactly aiming for it, but you know, it just happened. Yeah, so if you need to start with basics, it's with logic gates, Shahab, but I don't think, chat, can anyone confirm in my YouTube? I don't think I ever taught anyone latches or flip-flops and bit storage. I don't think I have a YouTube video on that, do I? Hi, Avatar, welcome in. I don't think I did. I did Boolean algebra. Yes, I have a Boolean algebra video. But I don't think I have. And would you look at that, chat? The first LED is lighting up. Let me turn off this light so you guys can see a bit better. So, I'm supplying 2.43 volts. I know that red LEDs need about 1.8 volts to operate. So that makes sense. So I'm going to pump up the voltage to, well, let's say 4 volts. Oh, look at the other guys lighting up. Let's go. Okay, 6.5 volts. The yellow LED is lighting up. At about 8 volts, this guy's lighting up. 9 volts, 9.5 volts. We have this guy lighting up. And I think I need 12 volts. If I remember correctly my design. Yes, exactly 12 volts lights up. Let's go. Anyways, feels good. All right. Sorry, got excited there. So this is my ladder network LED voltmeter design. And it's going from red, yellow to green, kind of like a battery charge. And so what I hope to do is now solder this guy here, and you have a walking voltmeter measurement device. So let me grab a battery. What's the biggest battery I have? Oh, I have a battery here. So in theory, look at them turning off slowly. In theory, if I connect the positive, which one is the positive line? This is the positive line. If I connect these guys to this battery here, this is what, 1.5? Is this 1.5 volt battery? I think it is. So I have 4 of them, so I have about 6 volts. I think it's a little bit higher, it might be 7 volts. It should light up to the 4th yellow part here. So cross your fingers on your toes that this works. All your toes, chat. I need those toes crossed. We need them toes. Oh, it works! Kind of. Only the first 2 LEDs light up. That's okay. That means we're under 6 volts. And this guy is inside my, has been inside my, whatchamacallit, Demon Core. And it could have just died out over time. The flip-flop is not for Jim. Hi, Veggie. Good morning. How are you feeling today? Yeah, so the resistors are step-down voltages. They'll be fine. I do have a YouTube videos on ladder networks if you're interested in showing and seeing it. So I'm just going to measure the voltage of this guy real quick with a voltmeter. And it says 5.5 volts. Yes. Okay, brilliant. 5.5. The yellow LED doesn't light up until 6 volts. So it works. It works. It works. No. Okay, sorry. So part 2 now is we need to make it pretty. So now our step 2 is that I printed my first ever PCB and we're going to solder this PCB and cross all our fingers on your toes. Yes, chat, you need to cross your toes for me. I'm going to cross all our fingers and toes and hope this guy solders and we get it to work. That's our plan. Okay, let me unplug my power supply. I need to plug in my soldering station and I only have one plug here. I still remember that time I bent over to unplug the soldering station and I just unplugged my whole PC. Exactly, everything, cross everything. Cross our hearts and hope to die, stick a needle in my eye. Okay, that sounds really bad. I hope people know that figure of speech and don't think I'm crazy. That's a really normal figure of speech we grew up with. Okay, so I'm just going to bring the camera up a little bit, just oh, because we're going to be soldering a bit in the air. I might move these guys away, and we're going to use this new guy. This guy is so cool. I borrowed it. I didn't steal it. I'm just borrowing it for a little while because it looks so cool. Like a little Pixar guy. There was a faint glow in the third. Oh, there was. I didn't spot it. Maybe it was from my angle. That's good to hear. It's an analog LED display, if that makes sense, because the brightness of the LED also determines. I'm glad to hear that you're feeling a bit better, Jay. One day at a time, as they say. One day at a time. Oh, fuck. Did I bring solder with me? Son of a bitch. No, 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 no. No. Oh, whew. Whew. Everything's fine. I have a little bit of solder and a little bit of flux. All good. Let me turn on the light again so you guys can see a bit better. This might be a stupid question. There's no such thing as a stupid question. But looking at this PCB chat, could someone tell me where am I actually meant to solder things? I should have looked up a tutorial before doing this. But I'm, you know, as you guys know that I am of the fan that there's no such thing as a stupid question. And don't be afraid to ask. Am I meant to put the components on this side or on this side? Side A, side B. So sorry, my chat isn't loading. Oh, it's loading on screen, but not on Twitch. Why does Twitch do this? Okay, I'm going to read my own screen. On the pretty side. Is this the pretty side? The side showing components. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So sorry, chat. I actually can see your chat here, but my Twitch chat isn't moving at all. So I don't see your comments. Apologies. Technically, both sides should work, if I'm not mistaken. If you make a proper soldering connection, these guys should work. Oh, there we go. I can see chat now. That's fair. Okay. So technically both should work. Okay. So what we're going to do, we need to make sure we get this right, because if we solder incorrectly the parts, it could really screw up the positive side. Thread this through. Might zoom in on this actually so you guys can see more of this. That's okay. Nobody panic. I am what they call a professional. Trying to get it really in there. Oh, it looks so nice. Look at that. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer. Let's do 2 LEDs at a time. Hi, Jay. Welcome in. Hey, Slay. Pauser. There was a few people, Chocolate Mints, a few people who wrote in the chat and I missed you guys when you were explaining which side to put everything in. Apologies. Thank you so much for coming in. I have flux as well, just in case. I have flux in case we fuck up. Oh, the slot in so nicely. Oh, this PCB design is so beautiful. I know you guys might not see it, but it's so slotted in so perfectly in that circle, the size like. So beautiful. Oh, I'm in love with PCBs. Oh, it's so pretty. It's so pretty. Sorry. Calm down. Morning, Risto. Welcome in. Ah, I see what you mean by the other side has a solder. I guess the idea behind it is that you can technically do both sides if you wish, but the issue is that you have a higher chance of shorting circuits on this side if you, you have a higher chance of shorting here because you know this little edge here, this cutout edge is the copper lining, while this here is not. So you have a less chance of shorting here than you do on this side. Is that the logic? Hi, Father Dougal. Welcome in. Yeah. Just getting the solder. Let's heat up our soldering station to 300 degrees Celsius. You guys can see better what I'm doing. Maximum. Sorry for handling you guys like I apologize. Into that, so you know I won't judge. Let me take off the magnifying glass to avoid it losing focus. Okay. No, I actually don't know. I think it's called a soldering stand.
Welcome
if I'm not
to
mistaken.
Rivendell, Mr. Anderson.
Do you know the Iron OS firmware for some? No, I don't, Geo. I've never heard of it. I don't even know what it is. What is it? How are you, Tarek? Hope you're keeping well. Oh no, it's a new tip. Oh no, I didn't realize my student changed the tip. Look at this tip. Ah, cool. Maybe I'll try soldering with this tip. Maybe it'll be better. Kind of like a knife. I need to find where its melting point is. There at the tip. Nice. Alright, that wasn't too bad. It's a different tip, but I can work with it. It's an open source micro firmware for soldering iron from Pine64 and maybe other brands. Oh, okay. So it's like a not a GoFundMe, but what is it called? Those early access prototype kind of stuff. What's the word? You woke up recently? Well, good morning to you. It is a surprisingly early tofu stream. I was going to say, I was thinking about placing bets how long I'm going to stream today, but I might wait a little while until like another half an hour maybe, and we'll place some bets. Kickstarter, that's the word I was looking for. Thank you. Kickstarter. I've never supported a Kickstarter before. No, for no reason other than I just never saw a Kickstarter that I was interested in. But I guess the premise is actually quite nice. Fuck, I can't really get in there. I'm going to change the tip just because I'm not used to it. The problem with it, though, is this guy is hot. Oh, how long does it take to cool down? I need to cool this iron station down a bit. Sorry. I didn't realize the tip got changed. Just the tip, Tiggy. Just the tip. That was so careless. What the heck? Whew! That was dangerous. Danger. There we go. We'll iron in a second. We'll do some more ironing. Ironing. I mean, that's what it is to me. How are you keeping, Tiggy?
And they call it
The animal.
A mine.
What's the animal? Max Wattage, thank you so much for giving a sub to Tiggy. You're very, very kind. Tiggy, enjoy the wonderful emotes by Jay. I was on some electrician groups some time ago as a beginner, and they always recommended adding more flux for everything. And when I solder more stuff, I understood why better. It helps with everything as it's basically an intermediate medium for heat. So I did a video on that as well, Pimpage, of what soldering actually does. And it's really, really interesting because it's a bit of chemistry, a bit of physics, a bit of everything. It's really, really cool. It's the oxidation issues that copper tends to have with most other things. Tin, for example. Tin and copper tend to create some oxidation layers. And you're basically sucking up the oxygen, ensuring that it doesn't happen. So you don't get that terrible tin oxide and copper oxide layers. It's really nice. Yeah, because everyone kept saying to me, like, oh, just use flux, just use this and just use that. It's a cleaning agent. Anytime you look it up, it says it's a cleaning agent. It's like, what does that mean, though? Sorry, I'm a bit angry. But what does it mean that it cleans? That doesn't make sense. I went on this whole rabbit hole of 20 open things, 20 open tabs, and trying to look into and understand exactly fundamentally what flux does. So it was really interesting if you're interested in going down that rabbit hole. Is that the one you can play with 2 people? Because I saw a few people saying, heard about that, Tiggy.
No, thank you. We don't want any more visitors, well-wishers, or distant relations.
And what about very old friends? Very old friends indeed. Bog, thank you so much for 23 months at tier 3. I was a cleaning agent yesterday. That means that I cleaned a hellhole of an apartment. I even wiped the floors. Well, you really should pat yourself on the bum. That is very well done, Bog. Thank you so much for the tier 3. I really appreciate the support. I'm really, really grateful for the PP points, lads. Can't express enough gratitude. It's a really good game to play together. The story is just very obscure. Okay, is it a couch co-op? Like, can me and Nate play on the PlayStation together with the same screen? That might be something we could play. I was actually just brainstorming there. I really want to play Resident Evil 9 Requiem. As you guys know, I'm a hardcore Resident Evil fan. And so many people are streaming it, so I haven't been watching any Twitch streams at all because everyone's playing it. So I'm avoiding spoilers. And I thought, illegally, I get 5 days off. I get 5 days off after I get married. It's one of the government Irish laws here in government work. And I thought, what better way to spend a honeymoon than playing Resident Evil 9 for 5 days straight? And the thing is, Nathan absolutely loves Resident Evil 9 as well, or Resident Evil series as well, so he'll be in the other room playing it as well, so we could, you know, that'll be our honeymoon. I think that's a great way to spend a honeymoon. What do you think? It is local co-op. Perfect. I'll brainstorm with Nate, so. Soon, Father Dougal, in a month's time, in a month's time. So in a month's time, and then spend 5 days with the honeymoon doing that. It is kind of romantic because our first conversation, like outside of work, me and Nate, was the talk about Resident Evil. When he found out that I played Resident Evil, he was like, "What?" What were the chances of running into someone in the lab who loved Resident Evil as much as him? So he definitely played Resident Evil way, way, way more than me because he's one of those speedrunner people, you know, and 100% completionists and platinum trophy achiever kind of people. I just play for the vibes. But yeah, so it was a great game to talk about and bond over. You should also get quite a few days around Easter at the beginning of your. Unfortunately, that's my holiday. So Nathan can legally take holiday, but because I'm a lecturer, I don't know if I can take legal holiday. Sure. Basically, if I do, my concern is that's not fair on the students. Like, taking a whole week off. That's not fair on the kids, you know? Yeah, exactly. So the university is closed, so I'm okay. I'm just not going to respond to emails that week. I'm taking my week off seriously. But yeah, I couldn't imagine taking a week or two off during the semester, even if legally I'm allowed. It's just not fair on the students. Like, how am I meant to cover their classes? And like, they paid to get an education. Yeah. Unfortunately, no, JJ, I'm not that kind of physicist. Sorry. I'm a build everything at home and oh, cool, an electron moved over there kind of physicist. Yeah, exactly, Zier. Compassionate and sick leave are the only thing, and even sick leave, you have to be sick. Personally, I've had really, really high fevers and God knows what else, and I still haven't taken time off because, like, again, it's not the student's fault that I'm sick. This is still hot. Don't do this at home. Yeah, no, I don't want to kind of berate and say the difference between physicists and engineers, but basically, I studied physics, a very similar general physics degree as most, but then I made that physics into engineering. But what's really interesting is that I do get lost. There's clearly engineering terms and engineering language and engineering mathematics that I am zero familiar with. But I have a lot of fun doing everything the long way from basic principles. That's kind of a way to describe me. Don't do this at home, kids. Hot, 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 hot. There we go. Much better. Oh, I put it upside down. If you have a pair of combination pliers, I don't think I have those, James. No. No, I don't have those. Sorry. Protect your fingies. All right, I'm going to bring you down, chat, again. So are we ready to be handled by Tofu? I have Flux ready just in case. Come here, chat. Let me pick you up. Time for upsies. Flux, the cleaning agent? Yeah, not the capacitor thing. So, we changed the tip of our soldering iron. Let's get it going. I might bring up the camera a bit because there's no point of you seeing the rest of the arms. It'd be better if you saw me. Bring you up a little bit more, chat. So if anyone's coming in, we're building a handheld voltmeter to check your batteries at home. It's analog-ish. And it's my first PCB design, so I'm just going to test it if it works. It's going to be my first one. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to move this rod this way so it's easier to look at. Oh, hey, your nails are pretty. Thanks. Okay, there's something weird going on YouTube. I think I'm being botted on YouTube. Oops. Sorry, 2 seconds. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm practicing them for, Tiggy. I've never done nails before, so I decided to practice how to wear them. It is quite difficult to learn. Sorry. I just got like 3 messages back in a row of the exact same nature on YouTube, so I think I'm being botted or something. Very confused how this all works. Okay. Hi, Lana. How are you? Welcome in. Welcome in. Let me just solder it this way. Come on, do your slurp thing. Oh, you motherfucker. Sorry. That was rude. Stuck in there, lads. That was such a... that was such a sports metaphor. I don't know if that's a normal sports thing to hear, but I remember hearing that in training all the time. Get stuck in there, lads. My soldering iron slipped. Why isn't it slurping? Do your slurp. Oh, there you go, slurped. I'm just at the wrong angle, I think, to do the slurp well. Hey. So, that should be our first LED. Holds well. It's a good one. All right. Slurped is a technical term. It is. It is. I'm teaching some of my students how to solder, and I'm literally telling them the slurping effect. I'm teaching my students the terminology, the slurping effect. Is there actually a proper terminology for that, actually? For when, you know, the solder... Oh my god, I said that very American-wise. The solder gets into the hole, you know? Because I call it a effect. Otherwise known as a slurp effect. Get stuck in there, fall by. Is it called tinning? Is that the proper term for it? Did not know. Well, today I learned. Today I learned. Oh, fuck. Hey, 10 stream streak. Let's go, Citrax. Welcome in, welcome in. Where is it slurping to? Whoops. Oh, that was a beautiful slurp. Oh, if only all my slurps were like that. Be back later for murder. Take care, Tetsu. If you're rushing away, I understand. I was thinking about actually taking a break after I soldered this last part, but before I go for the break, we should absolutely take bets on how long I'm going to stream today. Let's actually do that now. Who wants to gamble all their wonderful toxic drop points, chat? Let's organize that. Manage poll. New poll. How long will Tofu stream today? Now, if I miraculously stream past midnight, that still counts as today. So you know you can't be pedantic. Like, from here on in, how long am I going to be live is the question. Less than 6 hours. Anything can happen. 6 to 8 hours is my usual typical streaming time, I think. Eight to 8:01, we'll say. 8:01 to 10 hours. 10:01. Just in case you're pedantic, like, well, what does 10 hours mean? Is it on the dot? We're going to be fighting 12 hours and then more than 12 hours. There we go. We could end up finishing God of War today, and if so, and if I'm bored and I want to play more, I might play something else. And it could be, wait for it, a very, very addicting game. Oh shit, it's not meant to be a poll. Oh. God damn it, it's meant to be a Gamba, managed prediction. There we go. We want money, you know? How long will Tofu be live? There we go. Less than 6 hours. Option 1. 6 to 8 hours. 8 oh Jesus. 8:01 10 hours. 10:01 to 12 hours. And more than 12 hours. I have no timeline. I have no stakes in this game other than having the whole day for free. How long will Tofu be live for? Question. Less than 6, 6 to 8, 8:01 to 10 hours, 10 to 12 hours, more than 12 hours. Okay. And so we are going to Gamba for 30 minutes. There we go. Gamble, your expensive toxic drop points away. Labradoodles and labrats. Let's just... going on there. Let's clean that up. Sorry about that. Anyways, let's go gambling. I'm all in. I will never financially recover from this. So yes, if you want to gamble your toxic drop points away. Again, like I said, I have no incentive in this. Anything can happen. Bribery will not be accepted. So if you want to try and bribe me, Tofu, finish the stream now. Tofu, stream 1 hour long. Well, okay, actually, I'll take that back. Bribery can work in the sense that I have a rule. I always do this. I never leave during a hype train. And chat in history has used this against me. So, the only bribery I can hint towards is that I never leave during a hype train. I can't finish stream during a hype train. That's not allowed. So take what you will from that bribery statement. Oh. Sorry. I really should be using tweezers. I'm just trying to get it bent a bit. Alright, there you go. Don't bribe her, bribe the bunny. That's another way of looking at it. Maybe bunny is the one. Sorry about that, Tiggy. Just came out of nowhere. Oh my god, so many people gambled that'll stream longer than 12 hours. Damn. Okay, you guys... I don't know. I think that might be ambitious, the 12 hours. My butt tends to hurt if I stream for too long. Alright, I think soldering this way is not great because I'm soldering with the mindset that you guys are seeing to watch this. But actually I'm doing me and you a disservice, I think. I think what I should do, hopefully it's not too hot to touch. I should bend it this way instead. This way I see it better. I think you might see it better too. Hi Kip, how are you doing? Maybe we're planning the longest hype train in Twitch history. I don't know. I've seen some of those hype trains. I think I did the maths once, roughly. I think like some of the hype trains are several 100k, wasn't it? If you did the maths crudely enough, it was at least over 100,000 euro for some of those hype trains. Obviously it's assuming like standard American prices for subs and stuff, because obviously it depends on what country you're from, how much those cost. One does not simply walk into Mordor. Hi Melzy. Let me pose over here. Hello. No, that's not where the camera is. Hello.
I'm more cheer in a graveyard. Red alert. All hands stand to battle stations. Lay an intercept course to the Romulan ship.
Shields up. Load all torpedo bays. Stand by phasers.
Warp factor 8. Engage.
Thank you so much for the raid, Melzy. I really, really appreciate it. Welcome in, guys. I'm doing a very long stream today, I hope, for reasons, just because I have a free day. And we always start our streams with science, tech, and then play video games. So if anyone wants to jump out to avoid God of War spoilers, feel free to do so. But next few hours, we're just doing some soldering and some building. Thank you so much for the follows. Excess, thank you so much for the bits. Thank you so much, Hornet Junk. Herder, thank you so much for giving Melzy a gift sub. You're very, very kind. Thank you. How's your stream, Melzy? How did you get on? Please, let me see. It is... Oh, Be My Horde. I thought you'd be playing Resident Evil Requiem. I don't know what Be My Horde is. Was it a fun game? Was it interesting? Was there things going on? To the raiders who came in, if you wish to follow me, I appreciate it. You're more than welcome to. But if you follow me and support this channel, you signed a contract. The contract states that you become a willing lab rat in my experiments from here on in. My name is Tiny Toxic Tofu. I am a physicist. I do experiments. I build stuff. You might see some machines in the background. And you guys are victims. I mean, test subjects or workers in my lab. Welcome. It's a horde survivor. Think of like vampires. Okay, so it's a top-down managing kind of game. What's that other game that came out recently? It was really, really popular. It was very cozy. We were playing some games from Womenless. Nice. Except I only ended up playing one for 8 hours. I had this thing once. I decided, it was my first day on the front page, and I said, oh, I'm going to stream like loads of science games. But it was terrible because I kept forcing myself to stop playing games that I was really, really into. It was a terrible idea. It was a terrible idea. A short 8-hour stream. Don't you hate it when you have those short 8-hour streams? So look, lesson learned in that case. Melzy, you did have an 8-hour stream. Do take care of yourself. Have a cup of tea, a snack, some food, raid and dash if you need it. But thank you so much for sending your community over here. We are going to continue soldering. What we're soldering, in case you guys are wondering, my first ever PC project. I've never done a PC before. So for this project, I've built a handheld voltmeter. And we tested the prototype, it works. Solder all our parts together and see if it works afterwards. The glorious difference between prototyping and, you know, actually building the thing. So I'll show you what we're soldering. I'll show you the PCB on the other side. So this is my PCB design. Oh, fuck, I fucked that solder up. Bastard. Okay. What this is meant to be is a little ladder network of a handheld voltmeter. So we'll have 2 wires sticking out here, and you can go around probing batteries and testing what state of charge they're in. So that's the plan, I hope. I did fuck up the solder though. It clearly slipped. You can see the LED sticking out. I need to fix that. To the dungeon of desoldering. Yay. I might grab a tweezer. So this is going to be kind of... I love how I said I'm going to grab a tweezer. This is my eyebrow plucker. I use this to pluck my eyebrows. I also use it for electronics. Reduce, reuse, recycle. And it's pink. Skyrim music, ultimate cozy. Exactly, exactly. This is kind of how voltmeters do work, Corner Junk. It's a step-down divider. It's a ladder network usually. I have actually a full YouTube on it if you're interested. It is like 15 minutes long though. I don't know if that might be a bit much for a Saturday off. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this. I'm going to solder this. Hopefully remelt the solder and pull it through. Come on, baby girl. Okay, let me get rid of the solder first. Multi-purpose tool. Oh, the slurp was too good. Can't seem to remelt it. Bastard. That was very careless of me. Almost had it. I almost had it, chat. Come on, come on, come on. Fucking asshole. Sorry. I slurped it too good. That's so annoying. When I soldered it, it clearly slipped through and I didn't see. Now, yeah, it's really hard to resolder that. It was a very, very good slurp. What we could do, it's going to be a bit weird. I hope I don't break this now. Is I could just... Not ideal. Best thing I got right now. It's fine. Good thing I ordered 5 of these. always be prepared. What's that figure of speech? Something, something, be prepared. You'll never be prepared, or something. Trying to remember it now. Can't remember it. Okay, it'll do. It'll do. It's my first PCB. What can you do? What can men do against such reckless PCB? Hey, Neon, thank you so much for your sub. Oh, mine. Thank you so much for your PP contribution. I really appreciate it. More PP! Ooh, that's a good idea. Maybe I'll do that, actually. I'm going to try and do that. Change the tip. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to let the tip cool. My zoomed in face, don't judge. There we go. We're just going to let the tip cool, and we're going to change the tool into a tiny, tiny one. Prepare for failure or prepare to fail. That's the one I was thinking of. Yes. So all the new raiders coming in, new followers, thank you again. And thank you so much, Neon, for the sub. Really appreciate that. Really appreciate the PP contribution. If you guys are interested, we are taking a huge gamble today. I haven't had a day off like this in a long time. So I don't know how long I'm going to stream. Usually my streams are around anywhere between 5 to 7 hours. I'm planning on streaming as much as possible. I have no held back, things. So you're free to gamble your toxic drop points away. So if you follow, you get 300 points immediately, I think. So if you want to be cheeky about it and get a few more points there, we do have very good financial incentive. If you turn in 66,000 toxic drop points, you get a VIP. If you turn in 99,000 toxic drop points, you can redeem one of the 7 Lab Rat passes. I'm using Christo as an example. One of the 7 Lab Rat passes that gets you access to the secret labs, and you'll never come out of them. But the point is, you get a lovely Lab Rat pass laminated with your name sent in the post. So there is financial incentive in that sense. That's not what financial incentive is, but you know what? It is what it is. What's the goal of the live? As in, what's the point of the stream? I just teach physics usually. Today I'm just doing a bit of a project. We might teach a little bit of physics later, and then play God of War. That's the plan. Promise you won't eat jelly beans today. I don't have any jelly beans. It's Lent. No jelly beans. I'm happy with my new badge. I'm glad. The badges for bits, you'll see that you have a yellow one beside you, is vanadium. My research is in vanadium flow batteries, and I'll show you actually what it looks like if you guys are interested. Vanadium flow battery is a type of electrolytic battery where there's an electrolyte, and it exists in 4 oxidation states. So as you subscribe to my channel, you get different types of levels of oxidation states of vanadium. So this is vanadium 5. It's yellow in color, but there's a lot of red precipitation. In higher concentrations, it does look red. This guy is vanadium blue. It looks really, really nice on camera. And so if you subscribe to my channel and you get if you give bits, you get the emotes, and you get the badges, and you charge up as the battery charges up, is the idea behind it. Medjay is honestly fantastic with all his artwork. I didn't even ask him to do this, I'm pretty sure. I think it was all his own invention. Does it come in green? It does. Green is the oxidation state of 3.
Looks like meat's
The 3rd oxidation state of vanadium. So it comes in yellow or red, blue, green, and purple. Purple is vanadium 2. It's really, really bright purple. It's a son of a bitch to work with, but it's beautiful. Camera never captures purple, supposedly because purple isn't a real color, but yeah. It does stay liquid. The only thing that can happen is this can happen, and this is a bad thing. But you avoid it by having high concentrations and low temperatures. Thank you so much, Mob Farmer, for 100 bits. Appreciate it. I had a hot cross bun for breakfast. Very nice. No, like just operating temperatures between 20 and 50 degrees, I think, Celsius. About 60 degrees Celsius. So I can't say at 60 degrees it precipitates. It depends on kinetics, it depends on concentration, it depends on all things. But in a normal standard operating battery, you want to avoid above 50 degrees Celsius. But the flow battery is not very exothermic. You don't need cooling fans or anything like that for the electrolyte. It's quite thermodynamically efficient. Hi everyone, welcome in. They have pumps though, they do. What are they called? Not electrostatic. The word I'm looking for the pump. Like a mechanical pump. What is that called again? What's the word? Peristaltic. Thank you. Homeopathic. Yeah. So those are the pumps that we use. Oh, that'd be a good project. Because they're very expensive to buy. They cost like at least €1,000. A decent one. But what if I gave my student a budget of €200? Could they build me one? €1,000 is expensive when you're starting out as a researcher. Oh, what was it again? So it was 100 rotations per minute, but I don't remember the flow rate exactly. I can't remember on top of my head. It's somewhere in my thesis. I don't know where it is. I wrote it down somewhere. Mine is vanadium flow battery, wind turbine integration with the electric grid and electric grid stability. So energy systems is kind of the blanket statement of my research. The way my teaching is going, I teach a lot of electronic devices and such these days. Let me see if that's hot. That's still hot. When I say €1,000, that's one of the cheaper ones, by the way. The good ones that we use in lab were €2,000. Which is still quite expensive, I would say. And again, when you're starting off as a researcher, it's a lot. Fuck. Hot. Scamazon. Oh yeah, I suppose I could. It's a flexible sponge though. It's really rigid sponge. It's not really... I guess I could use it to pick it up. Oh no, it's all crusty. Alright. Okay, so we replaced it with a needle. Hopefully I can unsolder my solder and pull it through. Let's see if it works. Alright, chat, I'm going to pick you up. I'll be gentle with you. Don't be alarmed. I got you guys. I won't drop you. Hey. Okay, so let's try and fix up our fuck up. I have my tweezers. Turn this up. Hot. Jesus, it's so hot. Guess there's no conduction. Let me get the tweezer and I'm going to get the needle. Bitch. Come on. Come on, you want to melt. You don't want to be part of that PCB. Melt! Melt! Fucking. Whew. Smells like burning metal. I think I just breathed in a bunch of fumes. Damn it. The PCB is quite thick, if that makes sense. The hole is really, really in there. Does that make sense? It's quite a thick PCB. Ah, feck it, I give up. I'm just going to continue soldering and avoid making that mistake again. Just let it cool again. Be hard to melt. It's melting! Melting! Mass times frequency gives what units? Kilogram per second? Why'd you ask? What would happen if you took a bath in a really big vanadium battery? Well, you're exposed to up to about 5 molar acid, which is, you know, slightly more acidic than what's in your car, your battery acid. I would say that your eyes, your scalp, your genitals are going to burn really, really, like they're going to start hurting very, very quickly. This is not strong enough acid to burn through you. Not for a little while, but all your sensitive parts in your body are going to hurt a lot very quickly. Yes. Don't ask Tofu for how she knows this. Let's not do that. Yeah. Let's not swim in vanadium. I don't think that sounds like a good idea. Smells bad. Did I look on this tip? I need to take a small break just because I need to pee, and I've been streaming for almost 2 hours without a break. My pee, make a cup of tea. Oh my god! Someone put their whole life savings into the 12-hour bet. Damn. Guys are ambitious. Ambitious, I say. IFK is a good single degree of freedom vibrations. Blanked in the K spring stiffness. Is it not the same as the spring constant, like the normal spring constant? So it would be Newton per meter. Is it the same thing, or is it different? I'm okay. Everything's fine. Nobody panic. I am an educated professional. I am professional and educated. Maybe not those two combined at the same time. That's not the point. Very dusty down there. I really need to vacuum this place. That was hot. It wasn't. Okay. Right, I will be back. Oh, that was hot. Do you know the way sometimes you might think that, oh, this sign, this label is stupid. Who would ever fall for that? Why does that sign exist? I'm the reason that sign exists. Hot, 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 hot. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go make a cup of tea. Everybody else, get up, stretch, do some jumping jacks, and we'll be back. We will be back. We'll continue soldering this PCB. It's not great. It was a bit careless of me to let that guy go, but you know what? It's fine. We'll be fine. We live and learn. Hi, Neil. Welcome in. Love that mug design. Yeah, it's great. I got it for Christmas. 2 moles per liter. I also have a video about this mug. I'm making a lot of YouTube videos this year, it seems. Over the sum of the resistor and the capacitor. Don't forget to multiply by the current, the total current in our circuit. We're trying to get a ratio of that current. This rectangular form we solved previously, so you can lob in your numbers. 110.5 ohms. and minus 64.8 degrees. Our Norton's current is 27 milliamps at an angle of 125.35 degrees. Yes, you can have a very large angle. Do not be alarmed. So the first part's done. We've calculated what the current is. The last part that we need to do is calculate what the resistance would be, or the impedance. So redraw your circuit, short your voltage source, and the current is going all the way through the capacitor, and oops, it splits. There's two paths the current can take. So the order of the impedances is a little bit switched from our first equation. Sub in our numbers again. The impedance of one of the capacitors was 50 ohms, so that is why it is not 100 here this time. Again, I'm a bit repeating myself, but you solve it using Pythagoras' theorem, 68.65 ohms. And the angle using tan, which is minus 46.8 degrees. Oh God, when is this going to be all over? We're almost there. We can now put in the angular form where we had the rectangular form. We can multiply the magnitudes, divide them, and add and subtract the angles accordingly. And very similarly as last time, we need to add two polar forms. Let's switch them to rectangular. Something that has minus 90 degrees means that it doesn't have a coordinate in the x direction, so we only have the y, i.e. y is just minus 100 j ohms. Pascal sign and cos to find what the x and y trajectory, or the real and complex form. That would be 24.9 and minus 23.27 j. Sub it in, add and subtract like with like. 24.9 ohms remains the same, minus 100 j, and minus 23.27. Our Norton impedance becomes 24.9 ohms and minus 123.27 j ohms. We can redraw the circuit like this, where Norton's current and the impedance as a resistor and a capacitor. Or you could add another step and do this in polar form if you wish. But usually in my experience, this is the practice. I hope you found that educational, insightful, and a little bit support, especially for the students taking the courses and modules. This is very mathematical and academic, and sometimes it feels like, oh, why am I even doing this? More than anything, it's the skills that you develop and you understand how to solve this. When you work in industry, it might take you 10, 20 years before you actually end up using it again. But what's really important is that you develop the skill, and so if you do come across this again, you could relearn and reteach yourself very quickly and solve any problem that you come across. Happy circuiting. Have you ever been asked to calculate the centripetal acceleration of the moon? Probably not, but because we love to do maths and physics, let's do it anyway. The radius of the orbit of the moon is 384,000 kilometers. The period of this orbit, or the time it takes to complete this orbit, is 27.3 days. This corresponds to all the full moon stuff that you know about. Because in everything in physics we work with SI unit, we need to convert 27.3 days into seconds. 24 hours, 60 minutes in an hour, 60 seconds in a minute, 2.36 by 10 to the power of 6 seconds. A very to scale diagram, as you can see. The formula for centripetal acceleration is v squared over r, the linear speed v. V is a distance over time. And we have something. We have the distance, which is the circumference of the orbit, i.e. it going around in a circle, and the time it takes to complete that circuit, 27.3 days. We can sub this equation into v, clean things up here, 1r cancels here and here, and our centripetal acceleration is 2.72 by 10 to the minus 3 meters per second squared. Don't forget the squared. If you want it in terms of g, divided by 9.81, which is the acceleration due to gravity on the surface of the Earth, and you get 3 by 10 to the minus 4 of a g. Is this going to solve any problems in your life? Probably not, but at least it was interesting, and we got some cool facts out of it. Happy orbiting in electricity. Hello! I have to share an apple with her. All right, all right. Flick, 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 flick. It's a bunny! It is. She heard me eating an apple. It said, caution, hot, do not touch, in Braille. Oh my god. Oh no, Queen. She will not say thank you. No, no, no. If anyone noticed it, I don't know if the camera caught it. When she ran off with the apple, she flicked me with her back legs. Like, kind of like threw out her frog legs. In bunny language, that means fuck you. So she took the apple, turned around, told me to fuck off, and then jumped off. Yeah. That's the kind of bunny I live with. Oh, don't worry, Queen. Especially Bambi. Bambi was a boy in the original cartoon as well, so it makes sense. Toxic relationship, yeah. Now she cleans herself. Hi, I've been Drew. Exactly, mop farmer. But she's such a mean person. She's such a mean rabbit, really. Oh, stretch. Because I get flicked and thumped all day. Like, her attitude to me is so mean. She's such a grumpy... Like, sassy is the only way to describe her. She's very sassy. She's very demanding, very rude, very mean. But also, like, she's not docile at all. Do you know what I mean? She has so much personality. Did you see that? She thumped me again. She just thumped me. How'd you like that, huh? Thump you back. I'll put this in organic waste. There we go. Hi, Spooky! I used to have a chicken like that. She even used to beat the dogs up. Oh my god, that's crazy. I believe that. I had chickens as well. I absolutely believe that. So before we continue soldering, I'm going to kick Bambi out. I know she, like, I have a vent up here and it should be venting out and all of that good stuff. But a practice that I try to keep up is that if there's 3D printing, if there's soldering going on, she has tiny lungs. She's a tiny little shit. So we kick her out during those projects, just for health and safety. Again, technically safe, but the tiny bit of solder isn't good for her. So we're going to move. I know there looks like there's steam coming up here. I'd like to know that it's a hot cup of tea. That's the steam, not my solder. So we're just gonna kick her out kindly. Oh, no, no, no. Don't go for the face hugger. What did that face hugger ever do? Coming. Bye to the chat. Say bye-bye. Yeah? Yeah? Should dig deeper in the mines. Less rations, less naps. You heard that, chat? Less rations, less naps. Bambi said so. If Bambi says it, it must be true. Yes. Yes, Bambi. Sorry, guys. Bambi said so. Let's get back to soldering. You mean we get rations? When was that? Hi, Silver. Oh yeah, she ate our carpet recently. That was a disaster. I forgot about that. Like, those are good carpets. We're gonna have to rip up those carpets after she... So sorry to mention this, but after she passes, we have to replace all the carpets in the house. Probably best that we do it anyway. When we moved in here, the carpets were filled with dog hair. I think there's like still dog hair embedded in there, no matter how good of a vacuum you get. So probably something we should do anyway. Me too, Max. Me too. Time to lower my own rations. Oh, I did the same mistake again. I bent it the other way. Make sure it's bent fully this way. The carpet was the rations. A bit more. Here. This. Do your slurp. Bastard. It won't slurp for me. So, what to do is get a gravity assisted a bit. The lifespan of a carpet. Well, clearly around Bunzo, not very long. About a year since we got Bunzo, actually. Yeah, I didn't think of that. 1 year anniversary for Bun. Woo! Had a funny conversation actually with Anna Dimitra, if you guys know her on Twitch. She's a voice actress, wonderful human being as well. And she has a cat, a very old cat by the name of Bun. And I mentioned a few times that I also have a bun. But I always say a bun, you know? And only recently did she mention and realize, oh my god, your bun is a bun. Yeah, no, she is very nice. I really like Anna's streams. Watching her stream and a few other streamers who I admire, and just even my own friends who I really want to support and check them out and watch them more often. Just time is a bit of the essence. Makes me miss being a full-time Twitch streamer. You know? Working a full-time job where you can't work from the PC, just do lose out a lot, I feel. God fucking damn it, it's not slurping. Why won't it slurp for me? This time, maybe I'll flux it. Fuck it, I'm gonna flux it. Ah, thank you, Tarek. Appreciate it. Oh, she's also playing Reanima. I saw her play the game that Medjay recommended. Neva or Neva? I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Do you know that game I'm on about? Oops, flux on my thumb. One or the other of those games. I saw her play that. Didn't realize she's playing Reanimal as well. Oh, just for a little while, Slay. Hi, model. Welcome in. Between finishing my PhD and being employed, there was about 8 months. me do the maths. It wasn't even a full year, but it was a year where, almost a full year, where I said, you know what, I'm going to try be a full-time streamer. Wait for this, I had 20 average viewers. It was a really bold move, but like I had nothing else to do in the sense that I was moving, I didn't have a job, I needed to wait for my graduation before I could get my doctorate. It was this moment of, what's the word called? A moment of, well, I've nothing else to do, you know? And I will say that I was very lucky for the support system I had. Not everyone could have done that. And Nath really, really supported me. Got it. And my endeavors. Lots for the win. And said, you know, this is your only chance to try it. Why not? So I was very, very happy with that. Timing was perfect for me to try full-time streaming. And I grew within 6 months to partner, from 20 average viewership to, you know, getting to partner, which is incredible. And then, you know, ambassadorship and so on and so forth. So my social media grew as well. I put in the work and I was very glad and lucky that it paid off. To the point that when I did get my full-time position, I was questioning. I was like, wait, should I? Should I take this job? I mean, should I not try this full-time streaming gig? But because I got the lecturing position so early in my career, it was such a... How should I say this? Those opportunities don't come very often either. It was such a rare opportunity as well. That's true, Mob Farmer. We have 300 viewers in the stream right now, and I definitely do not get 300 students in attendance. I should have 300 students a week at least. I do not get 300 students attending my lectures. Max, I've given so much advice for people when it comes to social media, and every time I give people advice, they don't take it or they try it and they don't succeed. Does that make sense? That no matter what advice I give, everyone, the way everyone grows is going to be different. For me, I think I just found my niche. My thing is educating people. And it's not going to be perfect, your niche. For example, I teach physics, but for some reason it's all my electrical engineering stuff that has gone viral. So a lot of people call me an electrical engineer. I'm not offended by it, but I don't have any electrical engineering background. And when people share their favorite STEM creators, they always say, she's a electrical teacher, an electrical engineer lecturer. I was like, sure, I'll take that, but I'm not though. So there's a video coming out tomorrow on the first law of thermodynamics, for example, and I bet you it's not going to do well on social media because my physics stuff doesn't do well. For some reason, it was my electronic stuff that does well only. And it is what it is. It's what blows up and you steer into it, whatever it may be. Because engineering is better than physics. Listen here, Spooky, you little shit. Hi, how are you? Welcome in. Do you lecture? Yes, I'm a full-time lecturer, which is why I don't do full-time streaming anymore. Sometimes I'm sad about it, but honestly, I think it's for the better. In so many ways. When I was a full-time streamer, I was always worried about viewership, about money. It's really stressful, you know? I like stability. I like comfort. For me, that's what I need in life. And so I need the stability of a job. And then doing this as a thing that I love is way, way, way easier. Isn't that what they say? doing something you love as a job will kill that love you have for it, or something like that. The saying. Yeah, Sam, there we go. Just said it there. Exactly it. There we go. I need to get better at these angles. I know that it's a bit weird because I'm trying to get a good angle for stream as well, so I won't punish myself too much if that makes sense.
Ghost in space!
I've never been this bad with soldering. Although, again, it is my first PCB. It takes some time. Hi, Frizzerp. Stability is nice, yes. Yeah, exactly, Max. So what I would say is I'm a physicist, but I'm a maker hobbyist, and I'm not a very good one, to be honest. But I'm one of those people who has a little bit of expertise in little corners of the world, you know? A jack of all trades kind of thing. And so I miraculously somehow put it all together, which is great. A little bit of programming, a little bit of engineering, a little bit of electronics, a little bit of physics, a little bit of 3D printing. It just all molds together, which is great. I think this is the positive port. It looks positive. I hope it is. You get the last 2 LEDs in. Then we're ready to party. Whoop, whoop. Oh shit, that's still hot. Oops. Oh, maybe one of the mods could write a comment and pin it. Could you guys explain that right now? Tofu's building her first PCB build of a handheld voltmeter. You don't have to say it exactly like that, but the closest thing. But no, it's a good idea for anyone who's coming in, that they can see what I'm doing. I did finish my Lego Space Shuttle. Yeah, I posted it. I had Bunzo posing beside it as well. Yeah, so if you look closely at this PCB, these are the LEDs. I fucked up this LED. Don't look at it. Look away. Look away from this LED. But the rest of the LEDs are beautiful. Oh, I can't believe I fucked it up so badly. I'm pissed off. Everything else is so pretty. And then there's this one LED that screws everyone up. That one LED, that's the family screw up. Did Bambi try to eat the space shuttle? No. She was curious. She's always curious. But she loses interest as well very quickly. Don't tell Nathan, but I bought her another tunnel. I should stop buying her stuff. But I'm just trying to keep her active, you know? Keep her entertained. And even though she doesn't like change, she's always curious about change. So I just need to switch up her room, I think, every now and then. Yeah, I should do that. Okay, tomorrow morning, I'm switching up Bambi's playroom. I know that it's nice to keep like consistency for her in terms of smell, but I do think I need to give her projects, you know. Exactly, keep her from eating the carpets. We pulled on a crude child lock on the a child gate on the stairs, and she fucking bypassed it because she's a rat, you know. You know that saying that rats can fit into holes 2 times smaller than, you know, or 2 times smaller than their size, or something like that, or 10 times. I don't remember. But anyways, that's Bambi. She just bypassed the gate. So we can't even keep her from the carpet. We wanted to. So I was thinking maybe to 3D print something, but I thought, ugh, she starts eating that. That's really bad for her. I know we ingest microplastics, but this isn't even microplastics anymore. That's just full-on plastics. Sharp. Oh, this feels loose. Not going to make the same mistake. Not again. do maybe is crocodile clip. Good. I can see junk. Yeah, that could be a huge issue. Now does streams exploring Italy? That's true, Sam. Yeah. No, I can definitely relate. Now that I've no money incentive behind Twitch streaming, well, not no money incentive. Obviously, it's nice to earn money. But what I mean is my livelihood doesn't depend on it. I can experiment more. I can collab more. I don't get upset if my viewership is down a week or two, you know, because I have no financial stress behind it. So you are a lot happier in that sense, doing that hobby. It's understandable why Twitch streamers are stressed when their stats aren't great. Come on, slurp. Slurp for me. Slurp! Do the slurp! Bastard, he won't slurp for me. I need to get a better angle here. Hi, Daniel. Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you, Hax. Appreciate that. Hax, did I say hello to you? Like I didn't say hello to you. I know Yuli and Jay and Bog are here. Harig and Zir. Jimmy said hello earlier as well. Jimmy, you're still here. And I feel like I said hello to all my mods, but I missed you. I'm so sorry. Really rude. Don't even say hello to my mods. Oh, there we go. Beautiful. Beautiful work. Well done, team. I'm proud of you guys. Up, guys? So, we have the first part of the LED done. The next part is the resistors. Very, very important, because if we put the voltmeter across now, they go. So yeah. Hacks is a stealth mod. That's because that was my message. Okay, fair enough. That was the first message. So, just to make some space, we're just going to clip the back and clean it. Make sure that these are all soldered. Look good anyway. Nothing wobbly. Oh, the hell did I clip last time? Dirty. Dirty. What was Bambi doing in here? Good afternoon. Hi, Halation. Hi, Blade. Welcome in. I think I cut some sellotape or something, so sellotape stuck on this. Some like glue or something like that. Terrible thing to have on your lips. No. Tip the back of the piece. Holy shit! This thing is trying to kill me! Okay, I'm gonna have to vacuum here afterwards for sure. Yeet. Do they teach soldering in Irish schools? I have no clue. Maybe if they're... I know there's engineering and there's some tech modules, but I never took them, so I have no idea. I taught myself soldering. And I had to do it in the lab when I built stuff. And yeah. So, sorry to say, I'm not sure. This is why we wear goggles. Yes, that's what I'm wearing, goggles. What the hell do you mean by that, Spooky? I am doing amazing. I don't know what you're talking about. Ta-da! See this? Lo and behold, my soldering skills. It's beautiful! As long as there's a connection there. Let's hope there is a connection there. Okay. Next step is we're going to thread 10k resistors through these guys. So that's the next step. Oh, you must be new here. Those spankings might not necessarily mean punishment for some people. Oh yeah, it must be one of those miscommunication moments, Spooky. Yes, one of our infamous miscommunication moments, clearly. Do you do or use MATLAB regularly? No, not anymore. I used to. I encourage students to do what they want when they have projects with me. They can use MATLAB if they want. I have access to it. We have MATLAB at work. But if the student prefers Python or something else, I encourage whatever programming language they use and prefer. But most students don't end up using MATLAB in the end. If you want, like, I think Octave is a free version. It's very similar to MATLAB and it's available online if you're interested in that. I think it's called Octave. Correct me on that. Where's my eyebrow plucker? It's not called an eyebrow plucker. Tweezer, that's what it's called. You're calling it an eyebrow plucker because that's what I pluck with it, but... Yes, I know. Shocker. I do have eyebrows to pluck, by the way. Mm-hmm. I was doing my bachelor's in computer science and they didn't even teach us soldering. Yeah, I wouldn't expect them to teach you soldering in electrical engineering because you'd be building them on breadboards and stuff, you know? Hi, Opinionat. And whose eyebrows exactly? Definitely don't plug Bunzos. It's looking really nice actually visually already. Let me just focus it for you. It looks so pretty. I really like it. I guess the next step or next idea is to build a little case for it. Maybe 3D print a case for it. That would be nice. Yeah, you can choose what color you want your PCB. And if you're going to make it transparent, then that's why. Ooh. I didn't think of that. Make a transparent case for this. That would be cool. Oh, the fun. That sounds like a Ben Eater project, Mob. That sounds like something Ben Eater would do. Oh, that man has taught me so many things. Really lovely YouTube channel. So educational. Since I was a teenager, but I definitely had bad eyesight since I was a kid. I just didn't know it. I just thought people saw the blurry stuff. It was until I was like about 12 years old, I realized that's not how things were meant to look. Yeah, okay, these eyebrow tweezers aren't actually great. I do lose grip with them a bit. Last one now. Thread this through as well. Nice. Well done, team. Well done. All right, so we've threaded all 6 resistors, 6 LEDs, 6 resistors. Yeah. Sorry, I muted accidentally. Yeah, no, you're right. Ben Eater is the guy who built the computer with the transistors. But other than doing projects, he also teaches. He has a very educational channel, and he taught me everything about flip flops and SR latches, all the latches. Yeah, like if your lecturer, like me, sucks, you go to him, I would say. There's a few amazing people who, I don't know, it was the exact problem I was looking for, kind of thing. Him, the chemistry tutor is very popular as well. Don't let that name mislead you. Very, very good teacher as well. All right, let's continue our soldering project. Let me go up chat. Gentle, I'll be gentle, don't. That wasn't so bad, was it? What do you guys usually use to add flux to your... I'm using the tip of a flathead. Probably not the ideal thing. Ugh! Sorry. Dropped a thing there. I'm going to try and use flux here and see if it makes the soldering a little bit better. A syringe? Oh. Why would you use a syringe? It's... Oh, my flux is not like that. It's like a cream. And it doesn't come with a syringe. Then you use a brush. Oh, a brush. Okay, I see. Okay. Okay, so these guys I actually have to do upside down. Be careful with our face, best as possible. Beautiful. Oh my god, the flux makes this so much easier. I'm a changed woman, chat. Okay, you changed me. I'm a pro flux person now. Flux, yeah. Oh. bit more here on the tip. Fortunately, I've soldered it so beautifully that it's... Oh yeah, I don't know. I need to get a better zoom. I asked a terabyte for some advice. Oh, beautiful. On she bought a really cheap microscope for soldering specifically. Works really well for the price it is. Buy it. It is a bit expensive. It's still cheap in comparison to buying another camera that cost €600, so that soldering job. Wait, in fact, it's a turbo soldering job. Let me fix that. I have a vent just above my head here. It's why many people make fun of when the police go by here and I'm doing something criminal. That's not what's happening, because you can hear everything outside. What if you like the fumes? Exactly. And I'm avoiding using lead-based solder as well, so it is okay-ish. But no, I needed the vent. So the reason why the vent came in was because of installation issues. But second of all, it was when we got the 3D printer, we were concerned initially that I was in this room all day with a 3D printer. I forgot to put on more flux. Oh, well, everyone has to use lead-free now, I think. Well, I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is it like... I think it's... Maybe it's not a law, but most places of practice don't sell lead-based solder? I could be wrong about that, but as far as I know... Oh, it's illegal to sell electronics with leaded solder. Ah. Hey. So, like, there's nothing illegal about me using lead solder right now if I wanted to for myself. Legacy repairs can use lead. I was wondering about that because I know some really old stuff. Because so many things are lead based. We have even stuff that's still using mercury to this day. Really, really good old machinery. There isn't good. I think that's where I stopped actually. Flux. Let me put more flux on that guy. Oh, I thought that's the solder. Okay. I thought all solders had inbuilt flux. That's my bad. I didn't know that. You live and learn. Alright, wrong side. Ah, I see. Yeah, I assumed. Because, like, there is a logic behind why lead is used. It's not, you know, for shits and giggles. It is a very good soldering component. So I wonder if there are definitely exceptions the rule some places. I don't talk much while soldering. Maybe some of you can imagine that sometimes you need to concentrate a bit. Breathe. One breath. Slurp, if I can get that angle right. That slurp is so satisfying. Come on, slurp for me. Slurp for me. Beauty. She's a beaut. So, I think I have 3 not great connections. Just gonna try and fix those 3. Fine, like, but you know, could do better. So 1. I put the flux and it kind of melted into it, and now I can't really tell if they're terrible. I thought that was alcohol. Oh, no, it is lead. It is lead. Yeah, I know, you're right. Why did I think alcohol was used for anti-knocking? Used. I might buy a little fume thing above my head. I don't do too many projects, but still. Over the summer, I might like work on a project 3 days straight, so it'd probably be a good idea to get a little fume extractor here. There is really nice kits they sell. A soldering station with a little fume head, which is kind of nice. That would be ideal. In the lab, we have a fume hood. Awkward to go. Look good. Nice. Good job, team. Okay, let's hope it works. Don't add solder to the iron. It's a really good way to get it to solder. So it's just a technique that I learned where you can put the soldering tip. You kind of put it at an angle, and you can put the solder at the tip to the junction of the point. It's just a technique to help you solder. Sorry, Minds, I don't understand what you're saying. The desktop extractor used an activated carbon filter to filter out nasty chemicals, mostly from the flux. That's not soldering, that's gluing. What? Very nice. Some of them are better than others for sure. But really satisfying slurp. You can see the ones that were really well done have soldered on the other side as well. Some of them not so well, unfortunately. Right, but it is our first PCB, our first professional design PCB. Could be better, but what's the voltage? 12 volts. So this should display a 2-volt battery to 12 volts. Where would you have your 12-volt battery is the other question. But at least it can do it. At least it can do it. Gonna clip these guys now. In a car, exactly. I think the car has 12 volts is the only thing that people mentioned that you could use it. No load, no current flow. Multimeters are super high resistance. Hey, we're oh shit, I forgot. We haven't finished yet. The last thing to solder is the 2 wires that are actually going to test everything. I think I'll attach probes to it, but that's something I might need to buy. But for now, we can just have 2 wires sticking out. There we go. Nobody saw that. Exactly. Okay, so next up is we'll have 2 wires. Now the problem is that, you know, it'd be nice to have 2 different color wires. It doesn't matter if you have the negative positive, it's fine. But we'll do yellow and red. People would assume red is the live. And the other one must not be the live, but it doesn't matter. Use a couple of nails. I was thinking about, like, I'm sure I could buy probes. You know, like little, like crocodile clips are fine, but that's still weird. I think probes would be the best one. No, 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 no. Did I make the holes too small? Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, don't do this to me. Shit. I did not foresee this. I made my holes too small. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Sorry. Thank you for telling me. I try this? This is very crude. I mean, it's just to fix the problem, I guess, for now. I'm just really cheap. Fair enough. I have these wires that I can thread through, I think. Let me get my wire strippers. Where are my wire strippers? Trippier! Where are you? Oh, there it is. Try this. Oh, right. I see what you mean. I don't think those would work. They're still too thick. I made a mistake with these holes. No. Oh, no. Oh, barely. No, it doesn't get in. So the resistor wires don't get through. Should have made those holes bigger. I didn't see this coming. It's so close, though. It's so close to being... getting through, you know? It almost feels like there's a bit of plastic actually in the way on one side. Oh, the LED worked. Okay. The LED's legs go through. Great sign. The resistors didn't go through, but the LED does. Whew. I'm hoping that it goes through now. Oh, you bastard. Yeah, you're... Right. Oh, you bastard. Yeah. Okay, I give up. What we could do then... PCB maker. This is my own design, Spooky. So it was my first time designing it. I clearly messed up, you know? So I might just use the LED legs, I think. Maybe, let me check my DuPont wires. The DuPont wires would still be, I think, thicker, but it's a good way to check it. No. It is PCB way. So I designed it in Tinkercad, and then I used another program to make it in a PCB format. Damn, no. The DuPont wires aren't going to work either for sure. What about these skinny DuPont wires I have? The skinny DuPont wires work! Yes! Let's freaking go! Voila. It looks actually nice as well. I love Tinkercad as well. I'm going to throw this out there in the chat just because of the line of conversation that is going by some people. It's okay that we're learning. It's okay that you want to chime in with suggestions. Obviously, you know, this is a learning channel and I'm always happy about that. But I also treat people with respect and when they're learning. So when they learn, kind of giving snide or cold comments as you're learning isn't lovely or isn't nice. I wouldn't do that to my students or anyone who's trying to learn. So just be mindful of the way you speak and the way your information is conveyed online. Certain electronic princess always mentions, yes. I wonder who you're referring to, Spooky. I wonder who you're referring to. So we'll have these wires sticking out like this. It's not the most ideal connection. I really don't like soldering Dupont wires, but it will be, you know, quite a nice one here. Like, it'll be at least a firm connection. Hopefully. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Okay, so I'm going to solder the last set here, which is this way. There we go. And I'll show you guys what I'm doing. In here for you guys. There we go. I certainly hope. Look, no, it's fine. It's fine. Like I said, it might not seem like that to many people, and I'm sure all of your intent is good. I actually genuinely think, other than, you know, people coming in hot with nasty comments, of course, I think many people have really, really good intent. But it can be quite difficult for me as a person watching the stream and all. How should I phrase this correctly so it's not misunderstood? How should I say this? You know, when I teach students and someone is struggling with something or something like that, and I tell them, this is so simple, this is so easy, that is really unhelpful and quite mean to the student. It might be easy to you, and that's great, and it might be simple, but telling a student as they're working, as they're trying, is extremely discouraging and quite negative, and it can loop a little bit, especially when there's more than one person kind of saying that. Your criticism might be fair, but maybe not constructive. Just kind of the way Spooky pointed it out there. Just to be mindful a little bit of how things are portrayed, especially in group clusters, if that makes sense. Hi, welcome in, guys. Trying, so I don't know if this is going to solder, honestly, guys. This might be really difficult. Whatever way PCB I drew this, I screwed up this connection really badly, unfortunately. So this might be really rough. We'll do the best that I can. Well, that's all I can ask anyway, or try. There you go. Sorry. So what happened is I made the ring, the actual like connection ring, tiny. And I don't know if I can get that connection there, unfortunately. Try our best here. We'll see what we can do. We might have to solder it both ways, unfortunately, to guarantee a connection. Where's my flux? Exactly. We'll try. We'll do the best that we can. Do the best that we can. I'm blocking your... Get in there. connection is so small, there might be a chance that it slurped already without me knowing. Well, there is a connection. I don't know if you can catch it on camera. There's the tiniest little bubble there. You know what? Technically it's a connection. Technically it's a connection. I'm gonna go with it. Chad, don't judge me. There's a little bubble and I'm gonna take it. No, look, again, Hornet Junk, I completely understand that no one actually meant badly. I get it. No one, I genuinely don't think anyone had any bad intentions. Or I hope at the very least, right? I always assume that it is. And usually I let these kind of things slide once or twice, but, you know, it was just kind of getting a bit clustery. And that's okay. And that's all right. And I don't mean to embarrass anyone, and I didn't mean to, but, you know, comments get to me. If it was social media and if it wasn't live, I would just block you or report you or do something like that and just move on or just not, you know, respond. But I am streaming live, trying to do the best that I can. Duct tape it in place. Sorry, no, I just checked. The connection is terrible. It's wobbly. It's not connecting. We'll try one more time. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that that's a connection. Let me wiggle its butt a bit. Let me wiggle your butt. Come here. Damn it, you have a wiggly butt. Son of a bitch. This is so impossible. What if I remove this DuPont aspect to it? No, no. You know what, Spooky? I'm actually on the edge of... Let's duct tape this together. We back to considering the drill? Oh, I don't know. I'm so scared to drill this because it is a PCB, you know? It is, if I chip it, I could lose the connection and I could screw up this PCB. Does that make sense? Could be damaging it already, to be honest. That's the other aspect to it. Okay, I'm going to try this, and this could be absolutely a disaster. But I'm going to solder it the other way.
A mine!
Be an utter disaster. It has a better connection there. Hi, Swallowed. Hi, Mord. Welcome in. Swallowed, thank you so much for the resub. Really appreciate it. Thank you. No, Chris, I wouldn't. No, no. Okay, let's cross our fingers and our toes. This is the last chance. What went wrong? It's not... the metal contact on the other side is so skinny that it won't get a good solder. Like, there's nothing to solder it to. Does that make sense? It's just plastic or whatever the PCB is made out of. It's not connecting to anything. This guy does have a bit of a better connection. Fucking DuPont wires. They're just awful. Sorry, I'm giving out. They don't slurp. Why won't you slurp for me? Sorry, I'm giving out to the poor guy. He did nothing wrong. He did nothing wrong. That's what I was thinking, Smiley, to do next. Yeah. That's the next thing, to just clip this off. And hope. But the thing is, the reason I'm doing it is because this guy gets in there. I wonder if I cut this wire, is it going to get in there? It might not fit. We'll see. You know what? Fuck it. Let's try it. Let's see what happens. I'll be in camera. I'm gonna clip this off. I'm gonna see if that wire inside the DuPont wire is actually as skinny. Because if it is, it's oh, don't be threaded. No. Don't thread me now. Don't do this to me. My clipper. Don't thread me. Come on, baby girl. Don't be a thread. Don't be a thread. She's a fucking thread! No! I knew it. Okay, maybe. Yeah, they're stranded, you're right. But what if... Okay, so one thing... Remember I said I'm a jack of trades, but a master of none. One of the things I know how to do, very, very basically, because my mom taught me, is to sew. So we're gonna lick it. And we're going to thread it through. Yes! Let's fucking go! She's threaded! Yes! Oh my god! Look! She's threaded! All the threads went through! Oh, thank god. Thank god it's the good threads. They're just different types of threads. Some threads are just nasty to deal with. And these threads were nice. I'm glad. This is great. And the end of the DuPont wire looks like a probe. This is great. Oh, I'm so delighted. Catastrophe averted. For the 7th time. Have to thank my mom. Yeah, maybe a flux is a good idea. Yeah, no, the flux wires are fine. It's just threaded wires are fine. But sometimes, I don't know. This is the high side, so the red line is good. There's some threaded wires that are just disastrous to work with. I don't know. Maybe I've just been unlucky. Some wires can be a pain in the ass. Experience. Like dealing with Spooky. I tease. Spooky has been on his best behavior for like months now. It's very suspicious. Even translating for me. Jokes. I find that very suspicious, Spooky. You have a plan. Hi, Sir Zex. Welcome in. Double check that the slurp occurred. It's quite hard to see. Yeah, looks good. Good slurp. Okay. Next thing we do the same to the other guy. I do PCB design and work and used to be in electronic tech. Twisting the wires and thinning them with solder would make it easier to press it into a hole. Twisting the wires, then tinning them with solder. Make it easier to press it into the hole. Sorry, let me read that again. Twist the wire, tin them with the solder. Is that not what I did? Sorry, is the order wrong? I'm trying to understand. Twisting the strands together, then tinning with the solder. then put in the hole. But I can barely fit the threads in. Oh, you mean like just put the do you mean just put the flux on it? Like this guy on the threads now? Like before I put it in now, put a bit of flux in. Is that what you're saying? Okay. I thought you wanted me to put the solder with it, and I was like, I can barely fit it in as it is. No, then you want the solder. Okay, no. So I can't do that. So the whole problem I have is that I can't fit anything in at the moment. The whole reason why we're, stressed out of our minds today, and why the issue is because this guy is barely fitting in. Does that make sense? Why we've been trying to fix this for ages. Yeah. I get what you mean, though. Because I made a mistake. This is not a PCB problem. This is a tofu problem. It was my first ever PCB, and I designed it. And, lesson learned, I make bigger holes. Yeah, it is. Yeah, look, it's a learning curve. We're learning. We're learning. Just need to write a quick message. Be careful of the solder. Very good indeed. But I do like the idea of putting the flux on, though, because it does make that effect a little bit easier. That's kind of what we did, Smiley, in a weird way. I just fished out, because the DuPont wire fit through, but it was a terrible soldering point. And so instead, all right, let me... one thing I will say about threaded wires is they solder so nicely. All right, let me flux this a bit more. They solder so nicely because it goes right in the threads, Really nice. Got a good slurp there. I understand that I shouldn't wiggle because it's a weak connection, but it's a good way for me to test it, I get it that, it'll break apart, but I'd rather it break now and withstand my fuckery, if that makes sense, rather than... Ugh. Right. Clean it up a bit. Okay, let's freaking go. We did it. Our first ever PCB. So I have still a few of them left in case I messed up. Things There were chances that we were going to mess this up for sure. Okay. It's time. I'm so sorry, we can't run a test, a bet, see if it's going to work. First two should light up, maybe the tiny bit of the 4. Okay, moment of truth, chat. Moment of truth, which is the positive one. This is the positive one. I want you to cross everything. Your toes, your fingers, your hairs, your eyelashes. I obviously should check this with the voltmeter first, but no. Bonjour, Lizeth. Here we go. Here we go. Cross the wires, exactly, Tom Gunner. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, let me do it this way so that I don't move it around. Oh, it fucking works! It fucking works! She's alive! She's alive! Oh my god, it works! Yay! This is awesome! Wow, and just a little bit, just the tiniest little bit of yellow light. Maybe the camera's not catching it. Let me bend it this way. Do you see it? Maybe a tiny, tiny, tiny bit. Oh, that's awesome. And the beauty about a voltmeter instead of it being a battery, you know, is if I short it, nothing happens. There's no voltage source here. Oh, that's amazing. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the voltmeter and we're going to test it properly as well. Not really happy about this connection. The holes, I definitely messed up in my PCB design. That's something, you know, I need to be wary of. That whole design should be bigger. Who knew? Who knew? If it wasn't working, none of them would light. Exactly. If I had shorted something or done something majorly silly. I'm hungry. Any food suggestions? Are you ordering or cooking is the question. That's the most important question. Tacos. Okay. Ordering. Oh, tacos are for Tuesday. I see. I see. Okay. Okay. What would I suggest then? Oh, it seems many people agree with shawarma. I had it once before. Ugh. I'll set it back down to just below 2 volts. See how we get on. So, where's the... There it is. You guys can see this. Ooh. Connect this to the positive line. Oh! No! It happened! It happened! I did the thing! No! Bastard. The thing that I was told not to do, which was to wiggle it. And I did the thing. And I've destroyed it. Too much wiggle. I was warned. I was warned. I gave it too much wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Oh, I was going to test it with the power supply. Oh well. Yeah, no, I'm not going to crocodile clip it. It's going to be a shit connection if I do it. Alright, we can still solder another wire to it. It's not the end of the world. Bit annoying that it happened, of course. It is what it is. I need to pokey hole with a needle. Poke the other solder through it. Alright. Another day. That's for another day, chat. For another day. There we go. Hopefully I picked you up okay. Alright, this is something to fix. But it's nice that it works. It's very, very nice little voltmeter. We'll make a little case for it as well. We'll Tinkercad and design it. You might be able to add strain relief to the next fire. Oh, let me read that full comment. With some hot glue. Not sure if it was suggested. I don't have a hot glue gun, and I've never used a hot glue gun for that kind of stuff. I'd be wary. Should I be wary? That kind of sounds dodge. Is it dodge? Tinkercad. I thought we were F3. Should I? Maybe we'll design it all in Fusion 360 then. This will be my learning project. It's a very simple thing. It's just a case with 6 holes in there. I mean, it can't get any simpler. Surely. Hi, Krisher. Hot glue isn't super polished, but it will get the job done. Fair enough. Maybe that's something I need to buy. I've never really... Projects. Okay, so from the oscilloscope, we add another thing. Should add it to our throne. So we have a frequency generator and oscilloscope. We need to buy. We need a new cool soldering station with a vent. And what else should we add to our throne now? A glue gun. There we go. Let's do that. Get a good Twitch payout sometime. We can spend it all on that. Let's have a quick look. Hot glue gun. Something that I can buy the packages for. Oh, they're not too expensive. Well, it depends. Like, I'm obviously looking at, you know, budget thing. Oh, there's one in pink. Oh, can I get the pink one? No, there's definitely been on many occasions where, like, oh, we needed a hot glue gun. It's a real candle. Oh my god. Moved it way too close to my bamboo. That's a real candle. Why did I put it there, I wonder? Didn't put it there originally. So I'm going to post a link. A fireproof 20 watt hot glue. That's a lot of watts. Not too crazy, but you know. Here's a link. Character limit. Why does Amazon do that? Why do you do this to me? I wonder if that link works. It does. That looks like a normal glue gun. It's not too expensive and it's pink. Little Nova and Flutter Baby, I know you mentioned two completely different things, but I feel like one after the other was perfect. So that's the hot glue gun. And then the other thing I was thinking about is a soldering fan. Is that what you guys were saying? A soldering fan. There you go. A little. Oh, they're a bit more expensive. Oof.
Looks like
Meat's back on the menu, boys. Yeah, I've seen some really cool one, Junk. Yeah, there's a few Kickstarter ones that I really like, that I've seen, but they're really expensive. They're like at least €60 plus. I wouldn't mind putting on a wish list and saving up for it, but I can't purchase it out of pocket at the moment. You can get different colored glue sticks. Oh, that is cool. That's cool. Yeah, I really like there's one kit that it opens up like a suitcase and the whole station and everything is in there. Oh, Siva, that's the same company of my soldering thing. I found a link for a fan which matches the thing that I'm using. If you guys could check out this link. No, I didn't, Frizzerp. The last time you saw me, I think I only streamed for an hour or so after you left. It wasn't too long. And I wasn't on the main quest, so no. I haven't finished it. I don't think I'm anywhere near finished God of War. Maybe I am, I'm not sure. Yeah, Max Wattage, I've seen that before. How do they know what a restaurant was? Oh, Jesus. I opened something on my phone. I just told my friends that at the wedding, the speeches have to happen after desserts, and they're like, oh, what do you mean? Like, that means I can't drink? And the other person's like, yes, thank God, I'm going to be plastered by the time. It's the two extreme groups, you know? One who has to do the speech is like, oh, I have to stay sober until I make my speech. And the other friend group who's like, yes, I have enough time to get absolutely shit-faced by the time I have to do a speech. I don't think you've gone past the no. So the game kind of hinted to me that if I continue the main quest, I will go to the point of no return, I think. Because it kind of said, if there's anything else you need to do it now. That's my understanding, I think, of God of War, that I'm at the point of no return of, I'm doing side quests, but if I do the main quest, I'm at the point of no return. Correct me if I'm wrong. Wouldn't a drunk speech be more fun? True. I heard about a wedding where they had roaming speeches, you know, a mic that went around instead of planned speeches. And what happened was at one of these weddings was one of the best men got drunk, obviously, or tipsy. And he tried to make a joke and said that, you know, you're marrying a very, very beautiful woman because your last few girlfriends were just a state. Or so, he said something mean. Two of the groom's exes were in that room that day. So, and that is why I don't think you should do roaming speeches or like, you know, passing around speeches. So yes, be careful who you give the mic to. Well, look, I can say I don't think in my situation, in my opinion, I wouldn't invite exes to a wedding. But you know what? Every relationship and every person has their own opinion. That's up to them. That's up to them. Sure, Chris. If you have time to type it out, it might be a long story, but I'll read it out. If it's TOS friendly, I'll read out your story for the community. Take your time. Write a full paragraph and I'll read it out, okay? No rush. My sister gave a speech at her own wedding. Oh, I plan to do that. Wait, is that normal? I'm giving a speech at my wedding. Is that weird? I'm like the main thing there, so I'm gonna talk about me. Isn't that how... Wait, what? I'm planning on giving a whole lecture. I have a whole idea about what I'm gonna do. It was gonna take 10 minutes. And it's going to be about a physics story and about a physics phenomenon. I'm going to... Yeah, you know what? If it's not traditional, I don't care. I got to talk about it. It'll be fine. Do it. Please tell me you're... Nathan was thinking about that. It's like, this story is getting complicated. I think you need a whiteboard for this. A PowerPoint presentation prepared. No PowerPoints. That would be super... Okay, fair enough. No PowerPoints. Just a whiteboard. Yeah, I guess it's different culture. You know, I suppose in Russian tradition, as far as I know, the speeches are done by every... So Russian tradition is a bit different because of the Soviet Union. And this is probably for a lot of people who grew up in the Soviet Union. Weddings were very simple. There was also the religious aspect that you couldn't have a whole religious aspect. You had the karavai, which is the bread, a special baked bread that was made. And it was very, very local, the wedding. So whatever area, if you lived in the city, it would be only your best friends and your family who would come. If it was in a village, depending on the size of the village, you could invite all of them. But it was very, very small and intimate, and it was just a dinner of celebrations, and that's it. It wasn't too big, and there wasn't too many hefty traditions. Like I said, the only one that I know is the karavai. The bread. Red yarn. That would be hilarious. That would be. So I'm half. My dad's Ukrainian, my mum's Russian, but I grew up my whole life in Ireland. So you tell me what I am. I can't even speak Russian well. I speak quite badly. You're a tofu. That's fair. Dad's a muggle. Mom's a witch. That's right. So in the morning, while getting ready, I receive the ring box wrapped in a ribbon, and it goes into my pocket and stays there. Fast forward to the moment the celebrants ask for someone sensible has the rings and looks to me. I look to the other groomsmen, who promptly look out the window. I reach into my pocket, undo the ribbon, and open the box to find nothing. Not a goddamn thing. Unbeknownst to me, the bride and groom decided we'll put the rings under someone's seat in the audience. You poor creator. That's like, hopefully you lead into the banter, because otherwise it could be a bit mean. I'm all for jokes and public jokes. But also, if you're going to make a public joke, it has to be a person who can take it as well. Hi, Simplex. Welcome in. A bit thirsty. Oh, I've been streaming for 3 hours already. Yeah. I wonder how that bet is going to go today. I definitely want to grab a drink. Do I want a biscuit? I don't know if I want... I did want to print something in bamboo today, actually. I might set up a thing real quick. There was a little thing I wanted to print. Not my design. It's just something I saw and I thought was really, really handy. What was it? Let's see, I'll show it to you now. Oh yeah, that was so cute. Okay, this was not... I love how I was going to say, I really need this thing. This is important. But then, look what I saw. Look at this. Let me zoom in. There we go. Look! It's this from Portal! And you can build it and everything! I want to build... Look at that! I want to build it. The... What you call them? The aperture guys. The turrets. I know, it looked so good. Maybe it's something to invest in and making a robot out of one of those guys. No, we didn't solder the rings. We did get the rings, yes. Everything is ready, I think. We have the... I need to check the flowers. I have a celebrant. I have the documents. I have flowers, band, hair, makeup, DJ, cake. What else am I forgetting? I know I'm gonna forget. There's gonna be something on the day and it's like, where's X, you know? Groom is very interesting. So, if you guys don't know, I've been practicing my contact lenses for how long now? Months, right? So I've been practicing contact lenses. I've been trying to put them on Fridays because Fridays is when I have a shorter time of day. Anyways, so I've been trying to put in contact lenses into my eyes, and it's been really, really difficult to put them in, put them out. I'm in tears. It's a disaster. I just can't do it. And now that, you know, nails are longer, there's no way I can take out the contacts. The story is that I'm going to get married blind. And I need to ensure that I marry the right person. So I've decided for the whole ceremony that I'm just going to walk down the aisle blind. Like, oh. Crossing fingers that I won't mix up the people at the wedding. And every now and then I'll just wear my glasses. A bow tie for Bambi. Photographer. I have a photographer. Someone is delivering me a photographer. Yes, photographer's done. Wedding in hard mode. Yeah, it's a bit silly of me, I suppose, but I can't get used to contacts. I'm just not very good at them. It is what it is. There's a lot of glasses wearing people in the community. Can chat come to the wedding? Listen, if I could make chat come to the wedding, it'd be a very, very expensive wedding. I'm sorry. A ring bearer? You mean bearer, right? Right? My sister dropped the L in lawful husband. That's funny. Live stream the wedding. A Russian bear. Oh yeah, definitely. We should get a Russian bear. Yeah, no, I know what you're referring to. How I Met Your Mother. And that's why I went, you know, ring bearer. Because she had to ask. I need you to say the word ring bearer. Yeah, ring bearer. when asked, do you, that's this woman's, just went, yeah. Oh, he didn't say yes, he said yeah. Oh, goodness. We thought about having Bambi at the ceremony. It's a bit stressful for her, but, you know, we were wondering, should we bring her with us? I think the hotel was kind of nice enough to us, and they said, okay, that's weird. We've never asked anyone ask for a bunny. So they were like, we don't have a policy against bunnies. And I just know that if we had her at the wedding, do you know that moment where they say, if anyone has anything to say against this marriage, speak now or forever hold your silence. You absolutely know that Bambi would thump during that time. Absolutely, Bambi would. Yeah, I've heard there's social media managers for weddings, or a social media person. So some people hire a photographer, a videographer, maybe several photographers, and a social media person. So social media person is different to the photographer. You'd feel really awful if you scared the bunny to death. True, true. I mean, ideally, I would have kept her just in the hotel room, you know. I would love a little photo of me and Bambi in the wedding dress, but... yeah. Like Gandalf marrying. So, it's a good question. We are atheists, so it's not a church wedding. No, we're getting married... outside, but because it's a civil ceremony and it's on a weekend, we had to get someone outside of government, not a government official, or I don't know what it's called. In Russian it's called Zaks. Zaks? I think it's called Zaks. But they're not open on the weekend, so you can't have a civil ceremony that way. So we're getting married in a humanist ceremony. Registered, that's what it's called in English. So it's a humanist wedding we're having. And that's why it's called a celebrant. Yeah, exactly. It's not a civil ceremony. Well, it is, I think. But the proper term is celebrant, and it's a humanist wedding. Elvis impersonator, like Vegas. All right. We'll take a little break from all this chat. I'm going to make a cup of tea, a biscuit, and we'll come back. I think it's still early to play games. If you guys want, we can do a bit of chatting about physics, what's on the board. I have a few things on the board. We could do either projectile motion or something else like that. Tomorrow, we are going to be learning physics. I think I'll do another revision of nuclear physics in honor of 4 ladies who did amazing work in nuclear theoretical physics, but 2 of those 4 ladies were snubbed Nobel Prizes because of their time. So yeah. Oh yeah, 3D print project. Yes, 3D print project. Let's do that when we come back. Good idea. Lisa Meitner is one of them. That's right. She's one of the people who were snubbed a Nobel Prize. And the thing is, she was, right? Because my argument for it was, and there's another lady I'll mention again tomorrow. She was also snubbed a Nobel Prize. And they were snubbed. So you can have 3 people win a Nobel Prize. Those prizes were taken by 2 people, even though they were in line to get the 3rd, but they were snubbed it. That's number 1. And number 2, here's an issue with this, is that they were given counter arguments as to why they didn't get the Nobel Prize. One of them said that their experiment was too practical in a field of theory. The other one said that their work was too theoretical in a field of practice. I know! They used counter arguments for these 2 women. Yeah, so I'll talk about that tomorrow on the 8th of March a little bit. It is sus, yeah. I'll be right back. See you in a bit. Game with a very core focus on sci-fi. But I thought that the sci aspect was really interesting. It talked about a future where we could harvest nuclear energy on the moon, specifically fusion, which is N plus 10 years away, and obtaining a certain helium that is actually available on the moon, which is sound physics, although not as dense as they make it out to be. And finally, the way they transmit the energy back to Earth is also a concept and idea that has existed for a while. It is a classical sci-fi story with plenty of sci in it. My next top 3 games are time sinks, so if you do end up playing them, I apologise, you might be locked up in your room for a very long time. Number 3 is Surviving Mars. I really appreciate the physics in Surviving Mars with grid stability and integrating turbines and solar panels, lines shutting down, dust being an issue, storms, and then also the terraforming aspect of Mars, which actually has really sound theories that have existed for a while. Although sci-fi, I do appreciate the physics-esque aspect in the game, and they really did put in a lot of effort to make it seem realistic. Number 2 on the list is Frostpunk. My favorite field of physics is thermodynamics, classical and statistical, and I absolutely enjoyed the ideas and concepts in Frostpunk. Set in a world where freezing temperatures are the daily procedure, where you constantly need to upgrade the engine to keep your people alive. I appreciated the inefficiency and the descriptions of the engine upgrades and how different upgrades affected different things. I've literally taught convection, conduction, and radiation using the engines in Frostpunk. As you upgrade, you either upgrade the intensity of the heat of the engine itself or the range that it can achieve. And we can explore different concepts and ideas as to how that is possible. I really loved and enjoyed playing that game many, many times. And number 1 on the spot is Oxygen Not Included. This game is just a chef's hat to real physics. First of all, to the artwork. The batteries that you build are literally the classical old voltaic piles, the first battery ever created. The fact that gases have densities and carbon dioxide sinks, the ability to filter through these gases. There are so many amazing quirks in Oxygen Not Included that are just so beautifully crafted. I really cannot compliment the team enough for coming up with these ideas and implementing them in their video game and being awfully addicting. It's also not an easy game. I hope you enjoyed my list and you have a new addiction for video games if you decide to play some of these. I have not played every single game in the world, so if you have any recommendations that you think are very good, I am open and all ears. Slán go fóill. My rabbit and I have decided to leave planet Earth. Isn't that right, Bambi? And I'm sure everyone shares the same sentiment. So today I'll be showing you the physics and the mathematics behind calculating the escape velocity of the surface of the Earth. First, let's answer this question. What is escape velocity? It is the minimum speed required to get off the surface of the Earth so that it can overcome Earth's gravitational pull. Basically, Newton's law states that every single body in this universe is attracted to each other. The more massive the body is, the more attractive it is. In our own solar system, Jupiter has one of the highest gravitational forces that we know of. But it has an inverse square relationship, which means that as we get away from planet Earth more and more, the less of the force of gravity we experience. There is less attractive force between the two bodies. So if we were to plot the force against distance, we would get this kind of relationship. As the distance between the two bodies increases, force that we experience becomes less and less and less. Technically, we still experience it no matter how far away we are. So even if we're millions of kilometers away from Earth, we still do feel a force of gravity. It's just very, very, very small. So small we usually say it's almost zero. I'd also like to highlight that there is a difference between the force of gravity and acceleration due to gravity. Myself as a lecturer, I see that students mix up these two concepts. And I think it comes down to the fact that we loosely call everything gravity. Gravity can mean Einstein's gravity theory, it could mean Newtonian's gravity theory, it could mean weight, or it can mean the G value, the 9.81 meters per second squared that is on the surface of the Earth. Which one is gravity? All of them. It just depends how you fill in the sentence. Generally speaking, gravity is referred to the force of gravity. In classical physics, we refer to this as Newton's law of gravity. F is equal to G times mass 1 times mass 2 all over the distance squared. Sometimes loosely, we refer to gravity as the acceleration due to gravity. We usually note it as a lowercase g, and that is 9.81 meters per second squared on the surface of the Earth. That means if I drop anything, I always look for something to throw or drop in my lectures, I swear. If I drop this rock with a really cool fossil, it means that every second its speed increases by 9.81 meters per second. Hence the unit meters per second, or meters per second squared. The acceleration due to gravity is due to the force of gravity. It is not referred to as gravity itself. Sometimes, however, loosely in the English language, we might refer to that as gravity, hence the confusion. One is the force of gravity, F is equal to ma, or F is equal to g. Oh Jesus, my mic is very... Really need to clean up this room. I don't think I've cleaned it this year, but this summer I do have a project of cleaning this room where I'm like going to take everything out. I'm going to paint the walls because they need painting and they need good scrubbing. I'm going to remove those back files. But another thing that I'm doing is I'm going to set up my streaming stuff as soon as possible, and I'm going to stream me drawing all over this wall, and it's just going to be a bunch of equations and derivation. Fuck, I forgot about that. You son of a bitch. Nothing now, Vanish, because Spooky just told me to clean my room. Can't even do that. You ruined everything, Spooky. You ruined everything. No, Runblade, or Runeblade, apologies, welcome in. We can't do that because now we have to clean the room. Someone redeemed clean the room. Play games instead of cleaning our rooms, yeah. Maybe I'll teach physics while cleaning our rooms. Haha. Haha. I'm gonna show you an equation, chat. Are we ready to talk about... Are we ready to talk about something? Go. Ta-da! Oh, actually, damn it. I was gonna say, like, can you guess what we're gonna talk about? You say it's easy, but many people misunderstand the laws of thermodynamics, and it takes a very long time to truly understand it. There's so many evolutionary steps to the first law of thermodynamics. So many fascinating layers. Yeah, it's not too terrible. It's cloudy, but there's no rain today. So I have a video coming out tomorrow on this topic, but if in case you're interested, I'll show you now. Hot is equal to zoomies. Honestly, that's a great way to look at it. But just a quick thing of what this video is about. It's about this guy. Chat, I'm actually interested to know, did you guys study, if you did study law of thermodynamics, did you study it with plus sign, and did you study it with a minus sign? Which one did you guys learn? Both. Oh, Maxwell's demon. So, the plus sign and the minus sign really doesn't matter. I think the biggest misconception that a lot of people have, yes, someone said that this is chemistry equation and this is a physics equation. It's kind of all over the place. It depends on how you see it. But why we say it's a chemistry equation is just that the convention amongst chemists is that when work is done on the system, we add that part to it. When it's work done by the system, it's a minus sign. So let me explain a little bit. When I first studied this, and a lot of people seem to have this confusion, is that, well, if you look at those equations, and let's say I supply 100 joules of heat, and 50 joules of work is done. In this case, the internal energy is 150, and in this case, it's 50. There's a huge difference of internal energy in both systems, and it can't be true. Well, here's where it comes from. Let me show you. Let's take a piston, classical physics example. We have a piston, kind of like a syringe, a metal outline, and then we have this, the piston, the knob part of it, that can easily move. We've created a boundary of the system. This is our boundary, okay? What is a boundary? It's just an outline of what we're dealing with. Everything else outside the boundary is the universe. We don't care about it. Blah, 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 blah.
So in our system, we have the internal energy. The internal energy is represented by U. And this is the whole story. So the internal energy is the story that's going on here. Heat in the symbol Q is energy in transit. It's coming into the system, so it's going in. And then the work done by the piston, this guy, because you heat up the gas particles, they expand. As they expand, they push the piston out. Work is done outwards.
Because work is done outwards, it's leaving the system. So heat goes in, work goes out. That's where we get this equation from. Delta U is equal to Q minus W. Okay? In chemistry, what they tend to say is that W is the work done on the system. So in that case, we'll take a different case, is that I do work on the system and I put the arrow inwards towards work. That's the sign of it being positive. However, let's take the exact same case again. Here's a piston, I'm supplying heat, and work is going outwards. What is the work being done on the system, you might say? Well, there isn't any. There's work done by the system, it's just in the opposite direction. So instead of 50 joules outwards, in this case, what it is still 50 joules, it's just minus 50 joules in this case. So this will be 100 joules being supplied, plus, in brackets, minus 50 joules, because it's not work done on the system, it's work done by the system, it's in the opposite direction. And then you take this guy, it's delta U is equal to the heat supplied, 100 minus 50 joules, because it's work done by the system. So that is where those two equations come from. It's not that the definition of work is different for physicists versus chemists. It's literally just a convention of direction. That's all it is. Is that phonons contribute to the ground energy state of substances? Wait, which law is the first? Is first law equal and opposite? Do you mean the third law the third law, Newton's third law? Every action has an equal and opposite reaction? Is that what you're talking about? Here's the other thing that's on our whiteboard. This is the full wave rectifier, exactly. But rather than just a full bridge, we also have a capacitor for smoothing. So we're smoothing out the signal to get it into DC. I recently did this with my students. I was kind of hoping to see a aha moment, but you know what? I probably should show why that's true. A little diagram of it would be really, really nice. Do you know how to calculate the capacitor easy? As in the different ways of calculating a capacitor value. There's a few ways. Why do you ask? I have a YouTube video on diodes if you want. If you're interested in it. Might take a little while to find it, but it's on my science YouTube channel if you want. And it leads into transistors and so on and so forth, if that helps. Yeah. I proposed a front page event where I would teach about diodes, so that's one of the things. Maybe I'll do next month. Actually, for my honeymoon. Wait! Oh my god, I applied for the front page on my honeymoon. Lol. That'd be great. Bit of Resident Evil afterwards too.
In case Chad is wondering, what is Tofu doing? Someone redeemed clean the room. I don't remember what the rules are. Was it something like I had to clean the room for at least 10 minutes? Or does anyone remember what the rules are? For the clean your room redeem. I'm gonna clean up my desk here. Project. Whoops. Our way. Can we get a dirty room redeem bounce? I mean, I do a dirty room every single stream, technically. My projects tend to take over and we make a mess. Only shorts about diets. Fair enough. Sorry. Maybe that's something I should do. Listen, I would love to make so many educational YouTube videos of all the lectures that I do anyway. I am a big advocate for trying to make education free, but I only have short bursts of energy available and short bursts of time available. I only do so much. Hopefully I'll get it done. Hi Emo, how are you doing? Well, it's not that I forgot to remove it. I added it and no one, you know, used it and I forgot it existed. That's what happened. But if you're looking to study diodes, Vanish, I really recommend the chemistry tutor online. He has a YouTube channel. He's very good. I tried to get into habit of cleaning up after myself, Slay, after a project, but yeah. How are you doing, Yuo? How have your streams been? Yeah, organic chemistry tutor saved my cookie back in the day for sure. Fantastic. And don't let the name mislead you. He does more than just chemistry. Okay. So let me check my... touch it with my hand. I need to buy some wipes. If anyone actually recommends some wipes for me for the do you know the surface of the 3D print? I'll print in pink. I like this in pink. Pink to make the boys wink. Our teachers used to say that. Primary school teachers. On reflection, that was a very inappropriate thing for them to say. Very inappropriate. Yeah, our teachers used to say it all the time. On reflection. A spray bottle of isopropanol and a microfiber cloth. Ooh, I have some at work. I don't know if I'm allowed to take that stuff. Probably not. Okay, I'll buy some. Can you buy that in Chemist? No, isopropanol is not Chemist. That would probably be online. Oh, dusty. So dusty. Oh, let me 3D print now. So I've had a huge issue with my filament lately. Oh. Startle there? I got mine from Amazon. Okay, fair enough. And blue makes the girls woo. Really? Is that the figure of speech? France 12, Scotland. Oh!
Not bad for halftime. That's great. France 12, Scotland. Sorry, France 14, Scotland 12. That's great to hear. Oh, they're still playing the first half. Okay. Fair enough. I thought they were already winning. I forgot about the rugby. Hacks! As a Scotsman! Get the fuck out of here! Go, quick! Watch rugby! Watch Scotland do their absolute best to not get completely annihilated by the French team. Listen, I don't mean to be rude. But it'll be great if you lose elegantly against France, honestly. Ireland didn't do that. Let's hope you can. I think it's ambitious to try and stop France from getting their Grand Slam this year. It's been a cracking game so far. No, I'm not 27. I'm 30. 30 years old. I'm vibrating with excitement how Scotland have... Oh, that's great to hear. Maybe... Is it... I'll put it on my phone maybe and I'll watch it in the background. I don't know, just to keep an eye on the score. It's on BBC. You think we in Ireland have BBC? I was giving attitude for no reason. Do I have it? Oh, it's not aired. Scotland versus France. 3D printer for a sec. I'm only teasing Chris. Don't worry about it. That's weird. It's not being aired. Okay. I'm confused. Mariners. Oh, cool, Rob. Any advice? I'm not sure what advice I could give you, unfortunately. I tend to not try and give advice to anyone about anything, because my rule of thumb is that, let me just multitask and clean up as well at the same time, because, you know, Spooky did redeem it. My rule of thumb generally about advice is that you're a unique person. You have had led a unique life that I know nothing about. And it's completely unjust and unfair and impractical for me to give you almost any advice. I know a lot of people, and it sounds kind of negative, you know, someone is coming up to you and like, oh, I love this. Could you give me advice about this? I say so mean, and I don't mean it to be mean. I just mean that in all my life, any advice that was given, I didn't follow it. Good on you that you didn't as well. What I'll say to my past self. That's true, Rob. College is nothing like that. That is true. That won't fly in college, they said. And yet it flew. Okay. So this here. Oh, little electronics. What's in here? Oh, they're a bunch of buttons. Oh, are these buttons? I didn't know I had these switches. Oh, yeah. Jesus. Oh, no, they're buttons. I thought I had switches. In case you weren't talking about. But
My Elegoo away. And my wind turbine. Do you want to see my wind turbine? Keep an eye on this LED. Oh. Ta-da! Nice. Not the best cleanup, but a good bit done actually. Surprisingly. Especially the main desk. My main desk was so dusty. 1914 to Scotland. Let's go! Literally not hiding, just rediscovering stuff to play with. The meme is true. Wait, isn't that how you guys clean up your house? You're saying there's other ways to clean other than getting distracted by all the stuff that, you know. This. Just the camera a bit. Your cat is looking a little dusty today. Can you connect a hard bloatware? A hard drive to a MacBook. I've never messed around with MacBooks. The extent of my MacBook knowledge comes from the fact that some of my students use MacBooks. So when I teach in Excel, I am a professional now. I know how to use it on MacBook, on iPad, on tablets, and on PCs. I am an Excel professional. That's the extent of my MacBook knowledge. Are you sure you excel at that? Yeah, no, I had to learn because a lot of students would struggle, you know, like, oh, I don't know how to find this plot, or I don't know how to get equation of the line, and I had to learn, you know, because I had to figure out with them how to do it. I had to learn it. Man, like, it takes me a while to figure it out, and I know we make fun of people. Well, hopefully we're not, but you know, people will point out that like, oh, old people are so behind technology. It's like, I'm struggling with it. I find these things very, very difficult to learn. Imagine, you know, people who aren't technology savvy having to do that. Oof. Okay. Oh, did my music stop? I feel like I have music in it. Let's put on some Surviving Mars. Oh, love that game so much. I played it so much. Old lady streamer, that is me. Are Scotland playing at home? Or is France playing at home? Scotland's at home. Nice. In Edinburgh. Let's go. It's time to beat the French. Oh, lads. Did Ireland play Scotland already? I know we beat England. We beat Wales. Lost to France. Have we played the Scots yet? Remember, brains are getting all foggy. I don't think so. We have Scots and the Italians left to play.
14th of March. Okay, yeah. Cool. Alright, look, I understand you want the physics, but someone redeemed to clean up, and I must do the redeems. I appreciate that and all, but, you know, just... Let's take a quick break, relax. I will get to the physics, no worries. Do you really teach it? I do, yeah. I teach it here, and I teach it IRL. Not that this isn't IRL. I am a real live person. I understand you're excited, but you're spamming the chat and writing loads of capital letters, and I promise I'll get to the physics. No worries. No worries. I appreciate the excitement, but I must get things done. Okay, so my is working. Excellent. My 3D printer has been so finicky lately. I've been thinking about getting a new one. I do want a cased one for sure. There's been some sponsorship deals available, but they're all the same thing-ish. And I don't want the same thing. Different. Something better. I really would love a really nice 3D printer. I might save... Oh, no. I'm made out of money. I have other priorities. The humidity hurts the filament. I study online, so my days are confusing, but I see what... Yeah, something like that, Gaelic. Yeah. Kind of like that is what I was thinking. Wiping a bit of dust underneath. You know what? I'm glad I dusted this table finally, because it was a mess for ages. So, thank you for that redeem. Did you catch that on camera? Just fluff. There's just dust flying everywhere. Oh my god. My goodness. Alright, let's put this down. So I think it's still quite early. So if you guys want to, we will learn some physics. So we did a load of soldering, we did a project. What we might do is we might learn a bit of physics today. What topic is a great question. So I did equations of motion recently. We did a whole bunch of Ohm's law and principle of superposition. We were kind of hinting towards projectile motion. I haven't done projectile motion in a long time. Hi, Phasing, welcome in. Maybe nuclear's tomorrow. So I'm saving nuclear for tomorrow for International Women's Day. So I'm honoring 4 nuclear and theoretical physicists who did a lot of work in radiation, atomic structure, and atomic decay. So we're going to dedicate the learning stream to 4 scientists. Did really cool stuff, extremely cool stuff. So we're going to talk about them, and in their honor we're going to do nuclear physics tomorrow. That's the plan. But today we'll do something else. I think projectile motion is nice. I don't have a book of reference again. I really need to bring one textbook home just to kind of... I know the stuff, but I just need to know, you know, what to compare it to. I have like the applied physics textbook. I'll just grab it really quick, just as a general guide of what to cover.
projectiles. Yeah, that's pretty much the only projectile motion we ever do is when I do skits. We never do projectile motion properly. So motion in the vertical plane is what it's called. Is that correct? Vertical plane? No, that's wrong. Ah, that's interesting. This textbook. Weird the way it teaches it. You just need like a guide, like headings. That's halftime. Scotland is up by 5. Let's go. Not to be confused with curry temperature. Curry is a different thing, it turns out. I learned recently. Used in nuclear physics as well. Maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong. Yeah. Hello, welcome in. How are you doing, Cess? Unfortunately, I can't set up a vote because... oh! Can I run a poll while a prediction is running in the background? I usually come prepared. Not sure why I didn't come prepared today with the lesson. Pet all the mods. They do deserve a lot of pets. Our poor mods are overworked. Working 9 to 5. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bum. Oh my god, this floof is just flying all over my room. That's what I'm trying to decide at the moment, Cess. I usually pick a topic, even if it's something that I'm not very good at. I will usually revise and learn myself again, which is nice. You know, there's definitely topics that I don't touch. Rotational motion. Hate rotation. Let's look. Maybe there is something. The problem with rotational motion is that it's a long section. Because before I get to rotational motion, I need to teach circular motion. Does that make sense? So I'm wary about doing... Well, we'll see. Maybe I can do a short session on it. Let's have a quick look. Talk about rads and revs, the concept of moment of inertia, so Newton's first law, basically. You can talk about torque. Is that it then? What about the inertia of the different types of bodies? This isn't... Oh, angular momentum. There we go. No, that's still not it. This is not the stuff that I would have studied. What about like a disc and circle and a sphere? Where's all those stuff? Am I getting confused about what I think of when I think of rotational motion? Yeah, this is weird. Where are the derivation? I thought it would be like the derivations of the stuff. None of this is here. How odd. Maybe it's not first year physics? I guess... Yeah, I guess I only I learned that in mechanics, to be fair. Hey, welcome in.
You know what? I think I'll stick to projectile motion just because it follows on from our other lesson. I know there's a few people who are passionate about fluid dynamics. Fluid dynamics was quite recent I covered. And so because I did equations of motion in one direction, in one plane, I'm going to do projectile motion. It would be nice. And it'll be nice to do projectile motion because a lot of my fun, stupid stuff is based on projectile motion mostly. So it might be fun to do that. So I'll skip over those two. I stand by what I'm teaching, if that makes sense. Sorry, I'm still thinking. Give me 2 seconds. I'm thinking about what to teach. I don't like this textbook. Oh. Like, I need, problems, Be nice if I got, like, sample problems. It's okay if we don't get the answers, but don't even... You want problems? Listen here, Spooky, not from you. I've got 99 problems and Spooky's 98 of them. I don't think I've ever done elasticity is another thing. Have I ever taught you elasticity? Chat, how elastic are you? Haven't done it. I feel like I've never done elasticity before. Oh, it's perfect, especially with Pookie. Especially with Spooky in the chat. Talking about stress and strain in your life. Okay, yeah, maybe we'll do some stress and strain. Let's do some stress and strain in our life. How long will elastic work until one day, typically your most difficult day, the elastic will keep tension and equilibrium in check. Excellent. I have a continuous assessment on that. Nice. Glad to hear you've continuous assessment stuff. Okay, so let's look at a few definitions. Spanish. Look, I'm given last warning. It's because you're spamming everything. More than half the text sometimes is everything you're writing. And I know that, it seems unfair that I might not answer everything today, but I also want to give justification for asking. Well, like Poopsie. Hello, Poopsie. Again, I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm only one human. I only distribute so much of my time. And I do read most of what you write. Spray bottle. This. Do a little bit of learning. Pick you up again, chat. Sorry. Touching you. Sorry. Apologies.
Something to plan ahead today, which is kind of fun, is today is takeout day. And what we'll do is we will strategically order food somewhere in the middle of the lesson and eat right before we switch to gaming. That would be nice. I suppose everyone's definition of nice is different. All right. What are we ordering? Good question. Constitutionally incapable. Great question. I don't know what I'm feeling yet. I think I need to get hungry. So I am hungry, peckish, but I've been pecking too much food all day today. So I need to stop pecking, build a hunger and a craving, and we'll order something nice for ourselves today. With the bulk modulus. All right. So Thai food sounds good. Elasticity in physics kind of means what you think it means in the English everyday language. It does mean how much you stretch something and, you know, how tough that stretchness is. Some things stretch way, way, way easier than others. And one of the things that we talk about when we teach elasticity, or our introduction to it usually, is Hooke's law. Now, I don't think this book covers it. I'll cover it anyway. Hooke's law is a classical introduction to elasticity. And the idea behind it is you grab a spring. So I'm sure all of you guys at one point or another took apart something at home. You had a little spring and you were playing with it and you messed around with it and you stretched too much and you broke it. And I don't know if it was an important spring or not, but maybe your dad or mom were very, very unhappy with you for breaking that spring. All right. So what ended up happening was that you stretched it so much, you applied so much force to the spring that it went past its elasticity point. There's a proper terminology for it, but hopefully that kind of sounds familiar to you. So, number one, don't do that. Number two, the spring constant is a very, very important thing to calculate. And it comes from Hooke's law. Hooke, if you remember, is besties with Newton. Hooke built and designed the air pump. Newton. Sorry. Complete opposite. Newton and Hooke were mortal enemies. What I meant to say was that Hooke and Boyle were besties. And Hooke helped develop the air pump to help Boyle do his Boyle's law experiment, the one that's proportional to pressure and volume. There we go. That's the one. So let me show you the classical experiment of Hooke's law. You get a little stand. This is going to be a little bit like hangman. Get a little hook and you have a spring. And at the end of the spring, you have a mass. So because something has mass, it has weight. mg is equal to the weight times gravity, which is force. It's just a force. Someone's weight is a force. So yes, I know it doesn't seem like it at any given moment, but you just standing here in this existence, on whatever platform you're standing on, you're applying a force down on that surface. And the way you could quickly calculate it is whatever you weigh in kilograms, quickly multiply it by 10, and that's the force that you apply to it. It might seem that, you know, you're not really applying a force most of the time, but you become very conscious of it when you need to reach something really, really high and you climb up on a table and you start wondering, is that table going to hold? Then you become extremely aware that you, in fact, my dear fellow human being, are a force to be reckoned with. I have a lot of gravity in me. That's one way of looking at it. Boyle and Newton were homies too. I don't know much stories about Boyle and Newton. I know stories about Boyle and Hooke and Newton, but I don't know about Boyle and Newton. If you know something, let me know. Good morning, Neela. Welcome in. No dancing on tables. That's right. That's right. So, Hooke's law states that when you apply a force to a spring, it is directly proportional to the distance, or sometimes negative distance. I kind of ignore it, but that's because I'm a bit more aware of this. And it is directly proportional to the distance. We use the letter S because it stands for displacement. Oh yeah, there was a few stories with Leibniz, you're right. Let me just grab that. Use the force stove. I'm trying. And this is the force. Okay, so we have force is directly proportional. Now, what's important or kind of interesting to highlight here is that change that directly proportional thing into an equal sign, you need to put in a constant, okay? A factor that affects this. It's not, it means that if I plot this and plot this, we'll get a straight line versus each other, but what is that number in front of it? And what we can do then is replace it to an equal sign. It becomes minus Ks. K stands for the spring constant. If you were to rearrange that equation to get K on its own, it'll be force divided by S, force divided by displacement, Newton divided by meter. That would be the unit of the spring constant. It's a ratio of how much the distance of the spring changes per unit force applied. Doesn't seem too crazy. That makes kind of sense. So, experimentally, we do this in the lab. What you would do is you would put a whole bunch of mass down. You can calculate it using gravity, and you can plot force versus distance, and lo and behold, you should get a lovely, beautiful straight line through the graph, like this. Now, hopefully we know our equations of the line. Y is equal to mx plus c. What's in common, what's not? We plotted force on the y-axis. We plotted displacement on the x-axis. So our slope, m, has to be what's left over, is equal to k, the spring constant. There we go. And from that experiment, we can calculate what the spring constant is, and that's kind of an important thing. Old school weighing scales are based on this. A lot of resistor, so there's resistors that change with temperature. One of this is another resistor, force resistor. What is it called? Stress. I think it's a stress sensor. It's called. Those ideas are very, very similar. It's a tiny, tiny spring that changes resistance as a force is applied to it. Why is M traditionally used for the slope? Great question, Conrad. I don't know. If anyone in chat can add insight. M stands for mitochondrions. I'm late. When does chapter 1 start again? What we're going to do is you can jump in like 20 minutes. In 3 minutes, we're going to start a new section on elasticity. In Brazil, some people use a y is equal to ax plus b. That's quite common, I would say. I've seen that good bit of time before. Thank you so much, Krisher, for your prime. Really appreciate the sub. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I don't know what else to do. Sorry. Okay. Apparently it comes from the French to climb, monter. Ah, that's really, really cool. I wonder if that's right. Scotland 26, France 14. That's crazy. That's crazy, chat. Oh my god.
I think it's local convention. I've never seen people use M in my area or there. Yeah, I have seen the A one, the A and B. That's definitely something that I've seen a good bit. But yeah, I'm familiar with MX plus C. Grab a bit of water real quick. Sorry, I just got a glass of water. My tea's finished. So a bit of revision of elasticity. I'm sure you guys are more than likely familiar with this. So moving on, let's start talking about proper elasticity, because that's not really, well, it is, but it's not the kind of thing that we tend to talk about. Before we get to elasticity, we want to talk a little bit about stress and strain. So in the English language, I think you're familiar with the term stress and strain already. And they kind of seem like the same words, but maybe you're kind of thinking about that I can kind of see the difference between them a little bit. I can never remember which ones. Yeah, they're clearly different-ish in your brain with the English language, but also they're kind of the same. So how do we differentiate between them? Oh, what's this in this book? It talks about tension, compression, and shear. That's kind of nice. Oh, that's just the different categories of stress. Fair enough, fair enough. So, yeah, I don't like this textbook. Let me do this my way. I'll write the equation first. I'm not going to reference the textbook anymore if that's okay, because it's teaching it kind of weirdly. It goes straight into Young's modulus, but we're going to take a step back and I'm going to teach you what stress and strain is. Stress is when you apply a force to an object over a surface of area on it, okay? Yeah, this is freestyle tofu. We're freestyling this because, yeah, what I'm seeing isn't great. That kind of looks familiar. What does that look like? That looks very familiar. Volvo, you get a cookie because your ping is really, really good and you're really, really fast. Pressure. It actually looks very, very... Force per unit area. Pressure, exactly. You can kind of see the correlation between the ideas of pressure and stress, where to get something to deform in some shape, way, or form, kind of rhyme there, you need to apply a force. But also, you can imagine that I could grab this guy. I could apply a very small force on the whiteboard with this, and I can apply a very small force with this, and you can imagine that, well, the application of that force is very, very different, really, because of the surface area. So this guy will definitely damage the whiteboard a lot more than my empty Bambi cookie jar. So it kind of makes sense that when you apply a force to an object, if you're applying stress to the material, it does depend on that area that we mentioned. And there's different types of stress, in case you're wondering. So one of them is tension. Another is, I have a little cheat sheet here, compression. And the other one is shear. So there's 3 types of, we're not going to go into detail of them, but a lot of engineers do have to do a lot of studies in this field. Let me grab one of the pillows that survived Bambi's for this. Okay, here we go. So, a pillow. Tension is where you start to pull the pillow out like this, okay? So in this direction and outward direction, this is tension. We're applying tension to the system. Hopefully, maybe your brain is kind of clicking in terms of what that is used, but it's okay because technically tension can be in all different types of, applied in different types of ways. But tension is where you grab the pillow and you pull it from right to left, okay? Another form of stress that you can apply to a material is compression. Squeeze it, okay? That's another form of stress for the poor creator. And last but not least is shear. So shear is one where you pull at this angle, at opposite angles, you kind of stretch it at a diagonal. So there's 3 types of ways you can apply stress to your pillow. This is why we use washers to spread the weight load. Can you explain that one to me? Twisting is equal to torsion? I actually never studied that. I assume it is, yeah. I didn't do the maths on that before, though. Maybe I did. Maybe it was years ago and I just forgot. 31-14 to Scotland. Are you joking, guys? I'm missing such a great game, aren't I? That's amazing. Oh my god, I put so many freaking French players on my team. Shit. No, I put a few Scots. I definitely put a few Scots. I did bet that they play well. Incredible. Incredible. Guess who has no Scots? Oh no, Zier, you did not. Now, strain is kind of what I'd like to say is the consequence of stress. So, let's say you're studying for your physics exam. Tofu assigns a physics exam to you, and you all sit at your exam table, and, you know, I'm hovering over you like this, right? I'm standing over you. I'm applying stress. You're feeling stressed. Oh my God, Tofu's watching over me. If I make a single mistake, it's going to be the end of the world to me. And what's worse is Tofu looks over at your work. She's watching it and she goes like this. Guys, remember to read the questions carefully. Okay, so that is one form of stress in your life. And strain is kind of the consequence. You're then you become strained due to the stress that I've applied. And that's exactly what it kind of represents in physics. It's by how much your length changes per the total length of your system, of your story. So in that case, let's grab Pillow again. Poor Pillow is suffering through all these demonstrations. Man, that was a throwback. Sorry, I should have had a PTSD warning there. So let's grab this pillow here, okay? What we're going to do to it is let's measure it roughly. Relaxed, in a state of rest, this pillow is roughly say 50 centimeters. Bit off, but you know, let's say it's roughly 50 centimeters. When I apply a stress then, maybe a compression, or we'll do a tension one now, right? I pull it. It changes by 2 centimeters, let's say. That's that stretched out material. It means that to calculate the strain, it will be 2 centimeters divided by 50 centimeters, and we get a value. What's interesting about the value for strain here? We saw that this was pressure, which was really, really cool. So the unit is pressure. We don't use the unit pressure, by the way, when we talk about stress. We actually say Newton per meter squared. If we're not talking about pressure, we do not use Pascal. We tend to use Newton per meter squared. It's a ratio, exactly. It's unitless. strain is a unitless parameter. So it's kind of an interesting thing. It's by how much it changes, because, you know, you have a total, depending on the length, your change in length will change as well. Tofu stress test dummies. Hi Rex, how are you doing? Hey Hazy Juice, welcome in. Are they fig Newtons? I do have some fig Newtons, or fig rolls. Is that the same thing? I remember that in Big Bang Theory. Are fig Newtons the same thing as fig rolls? Is that the American version of fig rolls? There's the same but different. Okay. As in like... Okay. Because I have fig... I'll show you what a fig roll is. I'm gonna try not eat them because, you know, I need to get hungry. This is what fig rolls look like, and I'll show you what one of them looks like. They're like this. Oh. It's the same, okay. It's the exact same thing. Okay, fair enough. So we call them fig rolls in Ireland and the UK. You have to tell us. Do I? I'm sorry. No. I want to order. I want to order food. So I want a big appetite. So we're gonna try and get hungry instead. It's kind of like a rough pastry wrapped around fig jam. But it's quite thick fig jam. I don't know what else it is. I'm not too sure. Anyways, we got distracted. Sorry. I don't know why we started talking about fig news. Welcome in, everyone. There's a few people who came in and said hello. You guys are more than welcome here. Now, something that engineers talk about a lot, and you might have heard it before, is something called the Young's modulus. Took me Young's modulus. Do you guys remember the surname Young and something else? Young Sheldon? Do we not know a famous experiment? Do you guys remember any famous experiment with the surname Young in it? Yes, there we go. Okay. I think a lot of us said the same thing. Young slit experiment. The double slit Young slit experiment is one that a lot of people know of. So it was performed by the same guy. If I remember the story correctly, I'm happy to be corrected, but I think Young's modulus was not actually discovered by Young. It was given to him because he had discovered a whole bunch of stuff. Nothing was named after him. So a bunch of scientists felt bad and they named Young's modulus after him, but it had nothing to do with him. I could be spreading rumors. I'm happy to be corrected on that. But I vaguely remember some sort of story when I did my little research in this. Damn, I blew that pun. Just buy generic fig. That's so kind of move. I'm not sure. I could be spreading rumors, Heave. If anyone can confirm the rumors I'm spreading, I'd be happy to adjust my stance. But the last time I vaguely remember. That was the story, that he had nothing to do with it, but they decided to give him a cookie. Oh, name a cookie out. From Wikipedia. Although Young's modulus is named after the 19th century British scientist Thomas Young, the concept was developed by Euler. The first experiments that used the concept of Young's modulus in modern day were performed by the Italian scientist Giordano Riccati, predating Young's work. The term modulus is derived from the Latin root term modus, meaning to measure. Okay. I'm right that he had nothing to do with it. I don't know if it was named after him because they felt bad for him. I could be wrong about that. Classic Euler. Yeah, Euler's a very... Jesus. He has to be every mathematician's first love, surely. It's kind of like in physics. Your first love has to be either Heisenberg or Einstein's relativity. Either Heisenberg's uncertainty or first love specifically. Tofu, do you know yet what scientific concept they will name after you? Great question. So I know what I'll name Bunzo after. So I'll name a Bambi will be a constant. And it'll be a unique eccentricity value named after Bambi because of how much of a loaf she is. If there was something named after me, something like this is not real physics, but something like you have a statistical equation of a probability of something happen, and you have to add a parameter or adjustment of possibility of sheer fuck up. Add a probability of sheer statistical inevitability of something happening wrong. That's me. That's what will be named after me. This little parameter that you need to adjust your equation, thanks to me. So if that would be the one for me. Scotland 40. Jesus Christ, what a game I'm missing. That's insane. Amazing. Oh my god, Scotland. I'm so sorry. I literally commented saying that the best that the Scotland can hope for is to lose gracefully. And look at them absolutely trashing France. Jesus Christ. Steve, 3-stream streak. Amazing. You guys are amazing. The Scots, I can't believe. Jesus Christ. Oh, what a shitfest this nations is. A tofu count of electrons as they flow into the Twitch stream. Alright, we got distracted. Stop. The Scottish need to stop scoring for like 5 minutes so I can finish this lesson. So, here we have Young's modulus. Young's modulus is an expression of stress over strain. It's a combination of these two things. And it's a unique value that we apply to materials. So, I could do a bunch of experiments and say, this Artline 5109A marker from Big Nib will have a stress module of... I'm trying to think of a typical value. 7 by 10 to the power of 9 newtons per meter squared. And it's a constant value based on the material that it's made. So it doesn't matter what size it is. It doesn't matter whatever. It's a unique stress, a unique Young's modulus value of when you apply a certain ratio of stress over a certain ratio, how much that strain changes, that is a number, a Young's modulus number to give you a measurement of that value. And so engineers and construction people and builders and designers and makers and everything else in the middle, they'll have a list of materials and they'll have a list of Young's modulus right beside it at standard temperature and pressure kind of thing. And they'll have that unique value associated with it. It is a constant value for a material that you have. So I'm going to see if there's a nice mathematical problem here based on stress or strain. If not, we'll make up something. It is. No, you're absolutely right. It's a huge, huge materials research. Yeah. Yeah, nothing looks really good. Okay, let's do this problem. I'm gonna make up. We'll do a new problem. I'm gonna make up a problem. $47. Oh, Jesus Christ. What is going on? Oh my God. I'm going to reflect on my team. I really hope... I think I remember putting a few Scots on my team. I'm worried now about my fantasy rugby. So sorry, chat, for being distracted. But Scotland beating France by this much is the biggest upset this nation's cup, I think. What? I'm just going to check my fantasy team. Sorry. I need to know. No, I didn't put a single Scot down. No, I did. Not many, though. I only put 2 Scots down. Oh my God, I didn't believe in my fellow Celtic brethren. No. Oh, disaster. Oh my God, I have 0 points on someone. How the hell did that happen? I have some people to talk to. A common competitive scoreline is roughly 20. Recent trends show high scoring matches with average combined major tournaments frequently featuring 3 or 5 tries per team. French are Celts too, are they? I wouldn't have put them in there. It depends, I suppose, where, right? I mean, it is fair geographically for sure, but I suppose their culture and language hasn't developed in that area from that line, if that makes sense. That's crazy. Scotland have 8 tries. I only got 1 try out of that. Schumann was the only one who scored for me. Bastards. Why didn't I believe in the Scots? What the hell? How did you guys score 8 tries against France? Oh. All to play for next week, I guess. Okay. While you guys are looking at the scoreboard... Tofu is climbing a rope. And Bambi jumps up on her back. At the end of that rope. On Tofu's back. She jumps up on my back. Oh yeah, that's weird. I have no idea, Dan, why you got flagged. I don't even know what could be considered bad. She does jump on my back for food, Spooky. No. No lies. No. I still don't know, Chris. Yeah, I need to get hungry. I did the terrible thing of being hungry and having snacks. When you have sweet things, it destroys your appetite. Yeah. Okay, so let's look at this problem. We have a rope of length, and let's say I am at the end of the rope. Tofu has a mass of 50 kilos. And Bambi had a shit ton of Christmas dinner and recently has been, you know, tipping the scale. So she's 2 kilos now. She's not 2 kilos, that's very, very overweight for her. But we're rounding up. She's 2 kilos, let's say. And we'll say that the rope is 12 meters. With a radius, if you zoom in, the radius is 0. What's the typical radius of a rope, I guess? 0.4 centimeters? I have no idea. 0.4 centimeters. 12 meters, 0.4 centimeters. And the length changes by 3 centimeters. There you go. The question is, what is the Young's modulus of the rope that Bambi and Tofu are hanging from? That sentence sounds weird. It sounds like we hanged ourselves, which is crazy, but I don't know why the sentence structure seemed that way. I am not hanging anyone, I promise. We are climbing ropes. That's all we're doing. We're just climbing ropes. Nothing suspicious. Isn't that right, Bambina? Can you repeat the question? No worries. So, Tofu and Bambi are climbing a rope. Sorry, the light is kind of glaring at this drawing, so I can see the issue. I can turn off this light for a little while. Hi, Crazy Mexican. The barrel roll. Tofu and Bambi are climbing up a rope. Tofu weighs 50 kilograms and Bambi weighs 2 kilograms, or they have a mass of, if we're going to be pedantic about the definition. And Bambi is hanging on my back with a little rope. At the end of the rope, from the end of the rope to the top of the cliff, and Tofu's at the end of the rope is 12 meters long. The radius of the rope, the end of the rope, is 0.4 centimeters, and the length of the rope changes by 3 centimeters once Tofu and Bambi jump up on it and hang from it. Calculate the Young's modulus of the rope. So, you can either do it step by step, or I'm going to be carefully keeping it all together. So that's what I'm going to do for this problem. The Young's modulus, there's different symbols, capital Y, M. Can't think of any other stuff, but there's different versions of it. First step is we know that Young's modulus is stress over strain. Well, we don't have stress here, and we don't have strain, so let's extract a little bit further. We can sub in all our values, just to make sure I get it right, because I always get this wrong. No. Yeah, I don't like that. Whatever. It's F over A all over delta L over L naught. L naught is a symbol for original length, the original story. Now Bambi has thumbs and is climbing a rope. No. She's attached by the rope onto me. I got a message. Ha! Just Eat is saying, how do you feel about a cheeky weekend takeaway? Well, Just Eat, have you been listening to our conversations on Twitch? How did you know? How did you know? It's been listening to us. It's been listening to us.
Okay, so force over area divided by delta L over L naught. We still don't have all the information. Well, here's another expression of this. Force, remember Newton's second law, force is equal to mass times acceleration, is mass times gravity. And the area, we still don't have the area, is pi r squared, because the end of the rope is a circle. It's pi r squared. It changes by delta L over L. Can we sub in all these parameters? Hopefully. We have the brain power. We can do this, team. So mass is equal to 52 kilograms because we have to add Bambi to us as well. G is the acceleration due to gravity, is 9.81. All over pi, with the radius to be squared, be careful, it has to be an SI. That's 4 by 10 to the minus 3 to be squared. All over delta L. Delta L is 3 centimeters. That's 0.03. All divided by 12 meters, the original. That is the expression of our full equation. We just use the pi value in the calculator usually, Mob. I actually don't know how many decimal places calculators keep track of pi in classical Casio calculators. Actually, speaking of, where is my calculator? Where's my school bag? I swear I thought I had brought in my school bag today. Anyone see my school bag? Aha! It's in the living room. That's my water bottle. And that's my calculator. All right. It's okay. Look, I know that it's kind of shocking maybe jumping into the stream and this is what you see first thing. Don't worry, we're in the middle of solving a problem. We will jump back to a few things. Don't worry about it. So don't be too overwhelmed yet. If you were here from the beginning, it would have been a little bit easier. A little bit easier. A good bit easier if you were here from the beginning. So I'm just gonna 52 divided by 9.81. No, not divided by, multiply. 9.81. Divided by, where's my pi? Where's pi? Do I have pi? I do have pi. Pi. Four by 10 to the minus 3, close bracket, squared, close bracket, go. All divided by, in brackets, 0.3, divided by 12, close brackets. And we have, why don't you write it in decimal places for me? Okay, I need to keep track of these zeros. Is 4.06 by 10 to the power of 9 newtons per meter squared. And it's something I might not have covered with you. You might be saying, how's the unit newton per meter squared? Well, we kind of covered it. The unit for force is newton. The unit for area is meter squared. The unit for this guy is meter over meter, which means they cancel. That's newton over meter squared divided by nothing. Is equal to 4.06 by 10 to the power of 9
newtons per meter squared. I got the same. Excellent, Catherine. What grade is this? Am I taking a class right now? It can be. You could learn this in high school or secondary school. It just depends if you took physics. So this would be an intro level physics course. So it could be at university level, or it could be in high school, but you took, you know, some university courses. So it could be both. It is really handy, Emo, having a whiteboard like this that can flip over. And that is how we would calculate the Young's modulus of materials. So you'd measure it when it's not under any stress, then you apply a known stress on it, and from there you can extract a unique number. So this Young's modulus represents that it will, this is a unique value for the material of that rope, that it will change by this amount when that a certain amount of force per area is applied, and by how much it changes per length. Oh, that's great, Emo. Really, really good. Yeah, there's a few good maths books I use. So I teach, obviously, scientific maths. Even that, I don't really teach it, but, you know, I use scientific maths. And it's a lot. It's a lot. I do enjoy textbooks that, nowadays, that explain what the maths does, if that makes sense. But it's really, really good to always teach yourself something. This stuff is a lot easier to comprehend if you have an actual... Yeah, exactly. So I like the Hooke's law that I spoke about earlier, because that's a classical experiment that you do in the lab. It's really, really nice. Hope my brain grows. Very, very important. What's the difference between a modulus and coefficient? Great question. I know the difference between a theory and a law. I don't think I know the difference between a coefficient or a modulus. Something we might have to Google. Is the Young's modulus only applicable? No. So once we calculate the Young's modulus, it doesn't matter what length of wire or what length of rope we have. That's its unique number to the material itself. So we can make different different lengths in future to calculate other stuff. But that's the unique Young's modulus of this rope. A coefficient is a function. Let me think, is that true? Yeah, that's fair in friction. The coefficient friction is based on the normal. It is a function of the normal. That makes sense. Yeah, you might be right, actually. A coefficient is a function. Thank you, Christopher, for responding. Appreciate it. No, I don't stream every day. At best, I stream twice a week on the weekends. Why does that name sound familiar, Radio? That's not the one that said 1 multiplied by 1 is 2, is it? The modulus is a type of coefficient. Okay. Here's what Google says. A coefficient represents a multiplier of rate of change, thermal expansion, while a modulus typically quantifies a material's intrinsic property, such as stiffness or resistance deformation. Coefficients often relate to different variables, whereas moduli measure a material's internal response to stress.
Maxwell, stop haunting me! Sick of this shit. Goddamn Maxwell's demon. Won't leave me in peace. Okay, so it's just unique to this kind of field of study. Fair enough, Critter. Maxwell keeping you on your toes. Always. Always. What a rude guy. The schools, I don't even know what ghost haunts my school. I don't know what university. What kind of ghost would haunt a university? Ooh, sorry. One of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to be cheeky. I'm going to add a few things to the wish list. I'm going to add the fireproof shotgun. Pink one. There we go. Add to wish list. Okay. Just keep track of the things we need. I think the oscilloscope and the other dude might not be a rush, but I do think I need the fan. Do you know, the extractor thing? But the other thing I need is I need a bigger desk to work on. But I found a desk. I found my dream desk. It's broken. But I thought, what a great project to build a desk for myself. It's this big in-depth desk that I really wanted. It's not the nicest color, but I needed that big size to make space. Jesus, 50-40 Scotland full time. Oh my god. How did you lose that hugely? You know what? I'm not going to question it. You beat France. Well done. Well done. That's amazing. Modulus is typically positive. Coefficients can be positive or negative. Oh, cool. That's a good little addition to that. That's nice. Okay, so I was very cheeky. I added 2 more things to the throne. I think the fan. Let's double check that it's there. Click into that link. Yeah, it shows. Nice. So I think the extractor fan might be our top priority. I'm also pursuing some research. Oh, biophysics, but recently I've been diving into some concepts. I'm so sorry, I can't help you much with biophysics. I don't know anything about it. I did study biology for a little bit, and I studied a good bit of physics. I'm not an expert in that realm, unfortunately. But we're all your fans. Well, thank you, Mob Farmer. If you could suck out all the fumes I develop as I solder, I'd appreciate that. Hey Nexus, welcome in. Do you teach probability? I used to when I covered thermal, so it was part of it, but not much anymore, no. I hope to get to teach it again soon. By probability, I mean like statistical physics, yeah? My glasses so I can see you guys better. Yeah, so I used to a good few years back. Jesus, can't see nothing. Can't see nothing. Oh, right. Was I talking about Maxwell's equations? I was talking about Maxwell's demon. It's a thermodynamical statistical thought experiment. It's about the idea of information or the energy requirement of information. So
Maxwell's Demon talks about how if you were to grab a box and you would put in hot particles and cold particles in there, and then split a box down the middle, right? And what if you had a magical demon that would sit on top of the box and would monitor the hot particles and the cold particles about to traverse through the middle part? And so what if this demon had, number one, the magical power to know when those particles were moving, and then open a little latch for the cold particle to go in there and a hot particle to go in there. So it's basically this idea that, well, what's stopping this thought experiment from working with traditional laws of thermodynamics? Because, you know, the whole laws of thermodynamics, heat goes always from hot to cold. And so it wouldn't happen. But is there a way to force all the cold particles on one half and all the hot particles on the other? It's a thought experiment that pissed me off, because when I was reading it, it was just like the bullshittery that you need to make up to make it work. Obviously, the explanation is that information is energy, or information is a not expensive. I'll use that word for now, but it's an expensive form of energy. So you can't actually have a system like that. So the magical demon would need to be extremely energy demanding. Shocker. Because you know what? Magical little demons who know which particles are hot or cold don't exist. Did you know that? Sorry, I get really passionate about this little Maxwell demon. It bothered me to no end when I first studied it. There we go. There we go. That's the story behind why Maxwell's demon haunts me to this day. What if they exist, but we haven't proven it? You know what, Kip? You go find me Maxwell's demon for me. Grab him by the neck and ring him and bring him here. It is just kinetic energy on a tiny scale, yeah. Or it's one way of looking at it, at least. Well, in that case, Mob Farmer, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We don't care about that temperature, or like what the definition of a hot or cold is. We can sit and talk about it. There's a whole thing about it. That's fine. But it doesn't matter. We're just talking about, like, one is in a higher energy state than the other, clearly. How do we split those two? How about you prove that it conclusively doesn't exist? Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Oh. My brain hurts. Maxwell's demon physically hurts my brain. There's just so many interesting layers to it as well, of how it developed it. What's the quote, Kip? Tofu, what's your streaming goal for the day? How many hours? Actually, I have no streaming goal. Today's a weird thing. If you look at the prediction, I made people have a bet of how long will Tofu stream today. So we have less than 6 hours, 6 to 8 hours, 8 to 10 hours, 10 to 12 hours, and more than 12 hours. Basically, I have no idea how long I'm going to stream for. I'm going to stream as long as my butt lasts, because my chair is really cheap. I need a new chair. However long I can last and play for and do stuff, that's how long I'm streaming for. Voters so optimistic. Yes. I promise you that I will not take bribery. However, one of my rules of thumb generally is that I never leave a stream if there's a hype train. Do what you will with that information.
Do you have a slate? No, I'm just finishing up the science segment. I did a whole bunch of soldering earlier today. We did our first PCB project. It turned out really, really well. It did break though, so I need to fix it. But it looks so pretty. I'm so proud of myself. My first project. And where was I with this? Then we did some stress and strain calculations. We did some Young's modulus calculations. And now I think we'll do some gaming. Russell's teapot analogy, formulated by philosopher Russell, illustrates the philosophical burden of proof lies upon a person making empirical falsified, so as opposed to shifting the burden of disproof to others. Hi, Nathir, welcome in. Can this be an index finger rule? Yeah, the voters are optimistic, Nuke Age, you're right. So many people thought I could stream for so long. But you know what? I'll do it. I'll do it. Okay, I need to eat today. At some point today, I should eat. I haven't... So I had breakfast. I had a bit of rice and egg and some tomatoes. That doesn't sound that nice, but it's actually really, really nice. I fried like one scrambled egg, some tomatoes and onions in there. And then bit of basmati rice, fried it all together. It was nice. It was like a fried you see the ghost? Chat, we saw the ghost. Chat, did you see the ghost? It was right here. It moved. Did anyone else see Maxwell? Because I just saw Maxwell again. Bad bastard. Okay, I need to choose something to eat. You're ghosting? Yes, because Max... I don't know how that meme came about. I don't remember. I know I was really annoyed with Maxwell's experiment and Maxwell's demon. And then there was some hauntings that happened in my old house. And it was like flickering of the camera and there was this white ball that would move around. And we assumed I was being haunted. And we thought it might have been Maxwell because that was at that time. So we named our ghost Maxwell. Or Maxwell's demon. And then I moved into this house and it followed me. Not much lore, but yeah. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! Okay, the options for food. Let's have a look. I might be feeling Greek. I've only had Greek food a handful of times. It's quite nice. I might feel a bit Greek today. So Greek food is an option. I don't want fried chicken. A burger truck. Do I feel like having a burger? A burger? No, you're right, Jay. You know what? In honor of God of War, let's have Greek food. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, so I'm not... Okay, these names are interesting. There's things like the Julius Caesar sandwich, the Spartan sandwich, Perseus, Cucullin. Wait, Cucullin? Andromeda, Hercules. There we go. Is there an Atreus or Kratos? That'd be cool. And as long as you don't make it Spartan food.
In honor of Scotland, batter it and deep fry it. That's too similar to Irish food as well. You could have haggis in honor of Scotland's. What's haggis again? I remember. That's not the beer one. Which one is haggis again? Do you know what? I want a platter. I'm feeling a platter. It's very tasty. Oh, it's the intestines. Yes, yes, yes. I've never had it before. No. No. Is it similar to Irish pudding? Do you know the way Irish have the white pudding and the red pudding? And then the red pudding is the blood pudding and the white stuff is the guts one? I think Mob and someone else mentioned it. But I tried the gyros platter. Let's see what a gyros platter includes. Actually, I can't see what it is. I'll show you. Make sure my address isn't shown. This is the photo for it. It's chips and meat and some veg and sauce. Gyros is basically a shawarma. Okay, I've never had it before. Would it be? I'll try it. You know what? Today is about science and experimentation. Let's experiment with food. It's pronounced Euro. Oh, I thought I meant like the gyroscope. I thought it was Euro. It's pronounced Euro. Did I pronounce it right? It's Greek, yes. I thought it was from the word gyroscope. I'll get a drink as well. We'll get a Diet Coke. Ooh, I'm excited. Will we do a mukbang? I don't really eat on stream, but I don't know. Maybe I'll just take a long break and eat it. Okay. Let me just make sure I have tip money. Ooh, there's like dips as well. Maybe I try an extra dip. So it comes with the tzatziki. So maybe I'll try something else. Maybe a tomato salsa as well. That sounds nice. I'll try that too. Ooh, this looks fun. Oh, that was really good. I got a 15% thing. Oh, it's free delivery too. Okay, we'll make sure to tip. I'm excited. This is cool. Yes, you can use gyro as a gyroscope. No, so I know that a lot of people like to shit on the US for the tipping culture, but we actually have a pretty big tipping culture in Ireland. We don't tip that much, maybe. I think it ranges from 5 to 10% here. And we don't tip for many things. It's only for services. It's only for food services. So we don't tip hairdressers or like I don't know what else, in a hotel or anything like that. So we only tip here for food, and it is on the smaller end. It's nowhere near as the obligation is. And I say we tip. It's completely normal not to tip as well. So it's up to the customer to tip as little or as much as you like. Taxis. Yeah, that's become a thing recently. You can tip tax. It's not that you tip taxis. You round up, I think. I could be wrong. I'm happy to be corrected on it. But in Ireland, we tend to round up. That makes sense. So if the taxi is like 14.20, you give €15, you know? That's kind of the unspoken. Maybe it's a spoken rule, maybe it's an unspoken rule, but that's the way I'm. So yeah, we do tip. Well, I assume it's the same in the UK. When I was in England, I would tip for food as well. Anywhere, but like I do tip. I do tip services, bartending, and restaurants. I would tip. I know that I would be considered on the more generous tipping. I tend to get good when I do get good service. I do tip, and look, I was in the service industry for 5 years, so that's just my thing. But I know that many people don't tip, and it's completely normal here. Falcon!
Call it a mine.
Mine. Thank you so much for your Prime. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you today? Oh, those emotes are wonderful. Wait, it's not Prime, is it? Oh, sorry, it's not Prime. No, it's not. It's not. Sorry, Falcon. You resubbed with an extraordinary PP point. Garav Mila Mahagad. Oh, I have this idea to... Oh, shit, when's St. Paddy's? Is it next week? No. Okay, I have 2 more weeks. Oh my god. I'm really, really trying ambitiously to write an Irish script for Newton's Law. And I'm on the front page as well on St. Paddy's Day. But Os Gaeilge, I want to teach Newton's second law. I need to write a script and get it corrected. I haven't spoken Irish in 10 plus years. Writing a script for teaching physics in Irish is going to be really difficult. I don't know what's going to happen. Pretty much the same in the UK. My local add-on optional is automatic 10% for service. Yeah. Many restaurants in Ireland have this thing now where the service is included if it's a table of 6+ people. I'm not sure. Like, I know why, but is the workload not the same if it was 3 sets of couples, you know? You know what I mean? Is it the same? No? Maybe I'm wrong. It's March now. It is. It really slipped by. I couldn't believe how quickly we're flying through March. Not much time left. Not much time left at all, lads. Oh god. Just realised, whoever wins Ireland versus Scotland this week, we need to support England. Yeah, I know. It doesn't matter who wins against Ireland versus Scotland. We have to support England. Look, it's our burden to bear. We're going to do it, team. For the team! We must. Oh, absolutely. I'm so sad I missed that game. I'm going to rewatch the highlights for the Scotland versus France game because that looks like it was a banger, honestly. An absolute banger. I couldn't believe it. I started stream even... I said it. Scotland's aim is to lose gracefully. And they did so... What the hell? What was the French team? Let me just quickly... Sorry, I know we're meant to be teaching physics, but I'm so distracted by this rugby turnout, because, like, what the hell? Let me see. Scotland lineup. DuPont, Jalibert, Bellaby, Mofana, Ramos. That's the full fucking team. Oh wait, the front line looks a bit different. No, Gro's there. Oh, Movaka didn't start. Okay. It's okay. Their front doesn't seem like they're all their first, but the rest is pretty standard, I would say. Yeah. Hot damn. Hot freaking damn. Tom Curry is injured if you had him. I don't think I had Curry. Let me double check. I don't think I have too many. I have Freeman and Earl. I just only have 2. Yeah, I went all in on France. Bastards. Oh! I went in on Italians too. I seem to believe in the... No, I just went in on Ireland. It's mostly Ireland. Okay. Hi, Star! I just learned that Irish was a language. Listen, it's okay. It was lost for a long time. Kind of got it back, trying to revive it. It's been an uptown hill. So for many people in the chat who are coming to Ireland for the first time, bear in mind that all the signs and all the public transport speaking will be Oscuelga and in English. It'll just be twice. So just bear in mind that you might have to wait to hear the English. But we always say everything Oscuelga first, then in English. To anyone who's visiting Ireland, just giving a heads up. Yeah, but I did invest very heavily up front, Zier. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. You always have to count how many players are left over, if that makes sense. Yeah, Falcon, it's such a huge stretch. And I think, like, I'd love support to buy the signal frequency generation oscilloscope. I think the fan is our top priority. And I would love to do it as a group thing, if that makes sense. What we'll do is we will... Yeah, no, I need to get that. True, I guess the difference with the tipping culture, though, is just that in Ireland we still pay... at the very least, worst case scenario, minimum wage. Did I do something wrong? Jimmy? Did I do something wrong? Is there something wrong with Care? He did well for me. He scored a try and all. He's like my only Welsh pick. You show tremendous foresight. A Welsh prop who scored a storming try. Yes, so he was the only one who scored a try. No, not the only one, but yeah, he scored a try. I needed to have some red jerseys in the team. Alright, what I'm going to do is... Oh, keep an eye on the food. That's first off. Oh, delivering your order. Wait, what? They're going... Oh, the food is here. Okay. What do we do, team? I would rather eat off stream. But maybe I'll show you the food? How about that? Can I show you the food? But I won't eat it. I'm kind of... It's a bit weird for me to eat food on stream. Tiny bit. Tiny bit. Do we want to do a mukbang? So soon? Yeah, they delivered so quick. I was like, oh, damn. An extractor fan for soldering. Mukbang. Yeah, maybe I'll show you the food. I ordered Greek food and I ordered some new stuff for the first time. Yeah, we'll take a long BRB. We'll take a 15-minute BRB. And we'll come back and we'll play God of War. So we're eating Greek food in honor of Kratos. That's the plan. Good morning. Hi, y'alls. Are you venting outside? So I have like a little fan here. And I open it. And it's open when I solder, so the fumes go out in that direction. And yeah, it's not the greatest. It's just like a house fan. So I will... Yeah. And avoid a historic first defeat to Italy. Oh, I'm hoping for a mini... Like, it would be great to get some upsets. Oh my god, do you guys see on camera the sun rays? That's really, really cool. Yeah, so in Ireland, we have this law in houses that if you want a really good insulation, you have to have a vent in every house. It is open, right? It was meant to be open. No, Jimmy. You lose to Italy and you beat France. That's what you need to do, Jimmy. England needs to lose to Italy, beat France. That's what you need to do. Event for so maybe even it'll help to kind of irrigate the 3D printing. You know what they say about all those plastic particulates and stuff. Is tanning in the winter outdated? Tanning culture is quite prevalent in Ireland, yeah. Fake tan and bed salons, I think. No. Ireland needs to beat Scotland. If Ireland beats Scotland, England beats France, Italy beats England, Ireland gets a couple of bonus points, we win. There you go. What do they say about microplastics? Well, you know, my point is... Sorry, I got distracted again. This is just a thought that keeps hitting me, which is... Oh my god, don't I look so holy, right? Guys, are you seeing this, Ray? Look at this. Oh, I am your goddess Tofu. You must worship me and dig deeper into the mines. Don't go into the light. Oh. I just saw Grimm's message. This goes on the list of things you can say about bunnies, but not people. That was... If one day your demon core is broke or crack, do you throw it away in trash or will you recycle it? Oh, well, it just depends what breaks, you know? If it cuts in half, like cracks in half, I can glue it together. They easily can glue it. If components break, I'll replace that component. It is a recyclable level 7 material, which means that there is a place that you can recycle your 3D prints. So PLA and so on and so forth is recyclable. It's also one of the better biodegradable plastics. That being said, there seems to be a lot of contradiction about that. I'm very confused. A lot of back and forward. But there, if you want to look up in your local recycling infrastructure. There are a lot of places that provide. Yeah, true. It would look pretty cool with a few real cracks in it. So far, I'm just storing all my poop. I'll show you my poop. I just store all my poop. That's a weird sentence to say on stream. You need to be careful. Be careful about what you say on stream. Good luck. It's only weird on stream, that's true. You can show your poop to other people off the internet. On the internet? No. NB. 3D printer poop, just to be clear. I think it's melted down and biodegraded. I could be wrong about that. Oh, my food is here. Be right back. Okay, I'm gonna show you my food. Really excited. I don't know. I'm really excited about this food. I haven't been excited about takeout in ages. Just made sure my address is off. Just in case, you know, the internet is the internet. Let me show you. Oh wow, they stapled it. Damn. Okay, here we go. Here we go. And here we go. I'll get there eventually. It's fine. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Let me bring it down for you guys. Ooh. Put the scissors real quick. Tape down. Jesus, this is so much food. And it wasn't even that expensive. Oh. Okay, so you can't quite see. Okay. So there's sauce here. There we go. There's the dip as well. And underneath is chips and lettuce and tomatoes, and it's just a mountain of food piled up. Those chips. Oh, that's delicious. Loads of tomatoes, loads of lettuce, onion, and 2 sausage. Yes, French fries. Just a bit of chips in the middle. This is 1 serving. Yeah, it is novel. It's my first time trying it. It's very tasty. So flavorsome. Oh, wow. Okay. I'm gonna go eat this. This is amazing. Yeah, this is a lot of food. I might have dinner here, which is great. I'll keep it, I'll microwave it afterwards. So all of this cost €14. think this, yeah, all of this costs 14 euro. Okay. I'm gonna go eat that. I'm gonna take a long break. 15-minute break. And then when we come back, we'll play God of War. Thank you so much for everyone hanging out. I appreciate it. I know it's a bit weird stream to show food, but it's my first time trying this. I'm looking forward to my introduction to Iroh? And yeah. No. I don't wanna stream eating the food. Sorry. I'll be back. Bye. You guys enjoy your meals too. Bye bye. To Moscow so that you can work